and welcome to another stream of Deus Ex Human Revolution, continuing my playthrough as part of my Detroit Sci-Fi Trilogy of games. The first game in this trilogy that I did was RoboCop Rogue City. This is the second one in that trilogy, and then the third one will be Detroit Become Human. In this playthrough, there's also some requirements that I've added. One of those is that Jensen can't run, although his walking speed looks like he's running. What I really mean is the sprinting. We can't have him sprint. So he has to walk. He can jump, so that's something that he can do. And all augmentations are pretty much open for me to select. In terms of like guns, I've made it like with RoboCop that Jensen can only use his pistol. It can be upgraded, so all upgrades that can be done for the pistol are allowed. But when he wants to actually shoot, he has to use the pistol. He can use grenades, so that's no worries. And when it comes to takedowns, he can do lethal or non-lethal, doesn't matter which, as well. Oh, and the Typhoon augmentation can be used as well. So that's what we're doing for Deus Ex Human Revolution. We got up to story-wise Taiyong Medical, the lower city factory. So we're up to that point in the story. Today's my split stream day, so I think over the 2 streams today I should be able to get the playthrough finished. But this stream will be probably about 3 hours, maybe about 4 hours, and then I'll take a break and then come back with another stream. Hey Lord have mercy, welcome. Oh, they're not, no. Yeah, these 3 games are all separate to each other. But one of the commonalities between the 3 is that they're set in Detroit. This game doesn't just stay in Detroit the whole game though, like RoboCop Rogue City and Detroit Become Human does. But I wanted to include this as well because there's some references to RoboCop, which we've already covered. Also, all 3 games being sci-fi about cyborgs and androids and what it's like to be human and get implants to become a cyborg, or what it means to be human versus technology, you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I wanted to do this trilogy of games. I mean, it's really a loose trilogy, I think is the term to use when you're doing 3 separate things that aren't part of the same series, but they just share some, you know, similar themes and stuff. But I really like this game a lot too, as well, so it's always good to find an excuse to play it. Corporate warfare. Aria Van Bruggen had no qualms admitting involvement in the attacks against Sarif, and even gave Jensen the name of the woman who'd hired him, Zhao Yunru, president of the Taiyong Medical Corporation. Seems TYM wants to monopolize the augmentation industry and hired black op mercenaries to destabilize its competitors. But to prove this, Jensen needs to infiltrate the biotechnology giant and locate recorded evidence. Panchaea and the Ethics of Biotechnology. It goes without saying that technology is advancing at an astonishing rate, yet even as society debates the ethical quandaries behind many scientific applications, companies like Taiyong Medical continue to push the boundaries. Research into organic computational matrices has helped us envision machines capable of thinking at tremendous speeds while reacting with the judgment of humans, says Zhao Yunru, TYM CEO. Ambitious projects like Panchaea would not have been possible without it. The greatest breakthrough of the deep ocean installation is its ability to continually monitor and adapt to shifting oceanic pressures, and the possibilities extend far beyond earthly applications. With similar extreme conditions existing outside of the Earth's atmosphere, the same technology may one day be used in space, hinted Zhao with a smile. Damaged cells repaired using nanotechnology. VersaLife announced today that it has successfully repaired diseased blood cells in mice using nanorobot technology. The nanorobot functions in a similar way to how natural antibodies work. Researchers hope it can eventually be used to treat people inflicted with AIDS. So I haven't actually played the original Deus Ex yet, but I do know that it deals with nanotechnology, so this is a really cool foreshadowing in this prequel of that as well.
Access granted.
You! Help! I need help! Please! The regulator machine is shorted out, causing a toxic gas leak. I tried to get to the... but I'm stuck in here. I couldn't...
Enough with the play-by-play. What do you need?
There's a valve in the next room. You have to close it.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank God. Please, hurry. Please, stop wasting time.
Access granted.
Don't just... Please! Stop wasting time! You saved my life. How can I repay you?
You can give me some directions.
To where?
I need to get to the upper tower.
You must use the elevator pass to cryosterilization room. But unauthorized personnel aren't allowed up there. But Kim is the guard on duty today. He owes me a favor. Just tell him Lee sent you, and he should let you through.
Much appreciated, my friend.
The least I can do.
Hello there, Mazzy. Welcome. How's things going today? Hope everyone's doing good. So glad you're playing this and need to rest, so you'll be lurking. Totally fair, Mazzy. That is for sure. I really hope that you get some great rest, and I hope that you have a good one. And yeah, I've been looking forward to replaying this game. It's also celebrating this year its 15th anniversary, which is crazy to think that it's almost 15 years ago that it came out.
Where do you think you're going, buddy? This is a restricted area.
Lee didn't warn me that I might be refused entry. I guess he figured you'd remember the favor you owe him and let me by.
Right, look. I'll let you pass because I do owe him. But watch out for the security systems. If you get detected, I have no choice but to take you out.
Fair enough.
We do not tolerate security breaches at CYM. One strike and you are out. Ms. Zhao has approved a shoot-first policy. So if you're not sure you have clearance to be in an area, don't take a chance.
I'm finding reports for equipment malfunctions. Anything to report?
Yes, something is wrong with the end effector in the mechanical arm.
What exactly?
Well, if I knew, I wouldn't be making a report, would I?
I'll send someone up to the maintenance catwalk to check it out.
Hopefully, the mechanical arm will be fixed by tomorrow. I'm glad someone else is doing it. I get dizzy up on that catwalk.
If you have a malfunction to report, talk to me. Lately, I've had so much work and not enough time to do it.
It's so interesting and true to life that no matter how advanced things get, there will always be moments where those things will break down and they'll need to be repaired or replaced. And you have a look at characters like RoboCop in the first movie and also in other media, of course, and other movies. There's moments where his software glitches, either because there's something wrong or there's a secret directive in his programming that not even he knew about that prevents him from doing certain actions, which then causes him to, have a reaction and potentially get shut down and all that kind of stuff. And in this game, you have an opportunity to either refuse getting a biochip upgrade or actually getting it. And if you do get it, later on, there's actually a glitch that severely affects Jensen's capabilities during a boss fight. So that's a consideration that you have to make if you're playing the game. Obviously, if you've never played it before, then you might just think that the upgrade might give you some gameplay benefit. But that's where they subvert that expectation and actually make it a punishment and makes the boss fight more difficult. So having moments like this too, where you have these engineers who are talking about how there's all these malfunctions and all that kind of stuff. This game, for perspective, who haven't played it before, is actually set next year. It came out in 2011, and so this game takes place in 2027. And even today, our technology isn't perfect. When it works, it can be great, but when it breaks down, it can cause so many other problems, and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Schiller, welcome. I'm doing really well, thank you, dude. Looking forward to playing more of this today. How's things going with you? We've already read that. There's some of those that I've missed, but I wanted to at least get some of those read and how they relate to the technology that is presented in this game. And of course, RoboCop in this game also deal with corporations and how they utilize their technology.
Access granted.
And all the kind of moral and ethical implications of certain pieces of technology, and the argument of, should technology that allows people to decide to use it for bad be restricted, or should the person who is making it do what is considered bad be the one that's at fault? You know what I mean? And I believe that if there's a piece of technology that wasn't designed with the intention to be used the wrong way, but people choose to use it the wrong way, and that causes harm to themselves or others or even death, then I blame the person, not the technology. Hey there, Barnes. I hope things are going well. Schiller, you're good, just getting your day started. Well, that is good that you're going well, Schiller. I really hope you have a good day today. Granted, there are moments where technology genuinely messes up and it's not the fault of the person. So if you're operating some machinery and it was well looked after, but there was an unidentifiable anomaly with it, and it just so happened that it reached breaking point and you were the one who was actually using it at the time and it caused things, that's different to someone willfully using technology to cause, harm and stuff. There's always grey areas too, it's very hard to just, it's very easy to just say things are either this or that, and sometimes that can be true, but also there's times where there's a bit of, push and pull between two separate things. Okay, so I've got plenty of praxis points, so we're going to get the Icarus landing system. Fall from any height without fear of injury. This is something that in Robocop Rogue City, Robocop doesn't suffer from fall damage. It's not as flashy as this system in Deus Ex, but it's still the same concept, being able to land from any height without taking damage or dying. In a world without money, moneta, coins, gold, that NPCs lucky day, we might have been heroes. Thank you, Sheila, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. A nice editing of that great quote from Black Flag. Referencing my playthrough recently of Assassin's Creed 2, where I had Ezio throw away his money that he received after every mission was completed. Thank you very much, Barnes, for leaving the lurk, dude. Appreciated it. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Barnes' channel. Been doing Forza Horizon 6 and also does the Far Cry games as well.
Access granted. Access granted.
Pritchard, I'm in an elevator leading to the Pangu. Any security features I should know about ahead?
Nothing too taxing, I suspect. The Pangus used mostly for maintenance and storage. Look for a second elevator once you're there. It'll carry you straight into the tower.
Access granted.
Jensen, what is it you're looking for exactly?
Some kind of surveillance recording. Van Bruggen said he stashed it on a server somewhere.
He must have meant the data core room. Very high security. It'll be a couple of floors up from where the elevator lets you off. But the first corridors you'll pass through will be public, so you might want to keep any weapons concealed.
Copy that.
This soundtrack is great. The Taeyong Medical, it probably has a different name, the actual theme, but I really like the music in this part.
This is unacceptable. I need to get into Legion Lab immediately. Yes, I understand that I'm the one who lost my access card, but it's your job to provide me with a new one immediately. I have important deadlines to meet.
再见.
I don't know if you've ever lost your access card before, but it can be extremely frustrating trying to get a new one. They act with such incompetence in administration sometimes.
Are you recently up from the manufacturing plant? Yes. You have the look of a lower city worker.
我们得在截止日期前把活干完。快去忙你的吧。如果你不干活，至少让我去干我自己的。
That's fair. If you're not going to do your job, at least let me do mine.
You must be one of the new promotions. Physically augmented workers like you are usually found in the cryo storage pool, in the lower building. I'll warn you right now. Stay out of the way or you will find yourself right back in the basement, lifting heavy objects for a living.
So, I'm trying to pry this candy bar loose, right?
Right.
And I give it a good tug, and suddenly the vending machine starts tipping.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit is right. Luckily, they're later than most vending machines. I honestly thought it was the end for a second. Death by a vending machine.
Witnessly tragic.
What's funny is if you have the augmentation to lift really heavy objects, you can actually lift, I think, maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, yeah, you can lift this vending machine and actually throw it at the guy and kill him with it.
Are you part of the new project? I thought they were just refining the chips. Great looking gear. Not exactly run-of-the-mill, is it?
Have you had any trouble with the security personnel? Some of these bell tower people have a bad attitude. The two around the corner wanted money from me. Can you believe that? You have to wonder if they're here for security or just to intimidate us.
规定的休息时间还有45分钟。哎，你不介意吗？我有活要干。
Schiller, do it. It's like, here, catch, think quick. What the fuck, a vending machine? Dead.
Access granted.
Hey there, Octavius. Good morning. How's your morning going today? Oh yeah, Schiller, that's fair enough, dude. No worries at all. You're off to work now. Try to catch you in your second stream later. I hope that work goes well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Schiller Lock's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Mafia, the Definitive Edition. He's a big fan of that series, also a fan of the Assassin's Creed franchise, as well as games like the Dark Pictures series by Supermassive. A great streamer, so definitely recommend. That's all good for the shout out, Schiller. I hope that everything goes well. Catch you again soon.
Hold it! Need a better spot.
Get down!
Get out here! Get out here! I've got you! This isn't a game!
This is unacceptable. I need to get into Legion Lab immediately.
So, we're trying to pry this candy burglars, right? Can't let you in. Access to the lab is strictly forbidden without a Lee Gang access pass.
No problem. Here it is.
Seems in order. Sorry about giving you a hard time, but apparently there's some pretty heavy stuff going on in there.
No apology necessary. You're doing a good job, soldier.
Make sure to keep that pass on you at all times. But go on in and try to keep out of the scientist's way.
I don't understand why we are going to distribute a biochip that we didn't design ourselves.
We just gotta keep working and meet our deadlines.
I know, but I don't understand why we are going to distribute a biochip that we didn't design ourselves.
Questioning it is a waste of time. All I know is the shipping department needs this chip ASAP, so that's what we're going to give them.
Sorry, but I don't have time. We have a major deadline to meet. Please, just let me do my work.
Sorry, but if you don't have anything important to tell me, well, I have a lot of work to do. I don't want to be rude, but my work requires a lot of concentration.
不，我没时间聊天。等我结束了，你就回来把它清洁一下。
Have you brought the equipment I asked for? Well, don't just stand there. Get it! Useless imbeciles.
Lee Gang Research. Update Progress Status Report. Cybernetic Leg Prosthesis. Model 6543.01 Jaguar. Built on framework of polymers and lightweight alloys, electrostimulated plastic cables mimic and greatly strengthen muscle tissue feedback and action, developing motor dynamic system and shock-absorbing liquid polymer buffers. Prototype, 65% completion, pending stress tests, final metrics, and analytics. Reveal date 45 days. 2. Hacking device model 000123.4. Not for general public. Cranial implant. Dedicated microcomputer module employing circuit of processors and databases programmed with multiple code breaking and counter cryptography subroutines. Unit capable of identifying and providing intrusion solutions for over 5 million discrete software barriers. Prototype 95% completion, pending final circuit and processor evaluations, stress testing. Reveal date 10 days.
I'm sure it was just a clerical error, quipped Zhao Yunru, CEO of Taiyang Medical, as transfer of ownership was officially declared. The purchase gives Taiyang a significant increase in global market share. This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus. To China now, as details about a bold maneuver by biotech corporation Taiyang Medical continue to emerge. Sources close to the multinational giant inform me that it has successfully purchased rival corporation Enprotech of Scotland. Enpro stock had taken a dip earlier in the day as rumors began to circulate, accusing CEO Ollie McTavish of embezzlement. McTavish denied the allegations, but could not explain how millions of dollars in revenue ended up in his personal account. I'm sure it was just a clerical error, quipped Zhao Yunru, CEO of Taiyang Medical, as transfer of ownership was officially declared. The purchase gives Taiyang a significant increase in global market share. This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus.
So we have all the biotech companies, and as what happens with a lot of corporations, getting to the point where they really need to be purchased, and so they'll accept, whatever offer, and then they become absorbed by the other corporation. And I mean, obviously, one of the biggest corporations that does this is Disney, getting all these different things. I mean, they've got all the Star Wars stuff, they've got all the Marvel stuff, they've even got all the 20th Century Fox properties, which means they've got things like Die Hard, they've got Predator, Alien franchise, so you get all these sort of things being absorbed by the one company, and then they can just branch out and gain more. And so in this game you have the same thing happening with the biotech companies, with the augmentations and everything like that. So you have Taiyang Medical, they're buying out the Scottish augmentation company, Enpro, that's what they're called, yeah, I forgot for a second, and absorbing that. And then you have Seraph Industries, which, spoiler alert, in the sequel, which takes place 2 years after this one, David Saraph's biotech company has been closed down, and all the limb clinics get closed down as well. But of course, that's to make way for so many other corporations to step in. And that whole thing about Zhao Yunru saying that it must have been a clerical error that guy got all that money put into his account, I'd say that obviously was supposed to be hush money, or something to that effect, perhaps.
We've been getting a lot of complaints about the temperature in the data core room.
Too hot?
No, too cold. I think there's too much air coming in from one of the vents.
I have it checked out.
I'm giving a report to the officer here. Thanks. I find that bell tower guards are always helpful to the employees.
First a leak in the floof, and now this. I need a break.
Access granted.
Now, before we get in touch with some of our attachés out in Australia, I have to reiterate something. Let me put this to you plain and simple, followers. Panchaea will never work. If Panchaea actually does one goddamnedest little thing to stop global warming, I will personally launch myself into the San Andreas Fault. It's not gonna work, followers. Why the hell would it? Hugh Darrow would be the biggest moron on the planet if he made this geoengineering plan achieve any kind of success. Why would you want to put an end to something that's making you millions? VersaLife, Ravacor, the Gore Institute, all shoveling truckloads into stopping climate change. Why in Gaia's name would anyone want to stop the biggest fraud in the history of cash grabbing? 60+ years and people haven't realized that these self-righteous environmentalists are nothing but a bunch of green tyrants. Green! Let's do everything green! Remember that one, followers? You know who's got the green right now? Hugh freaking Darrow! That's who!
Hey there, OG. Hope things are going well. To Kevin Mitnick. Next targets. Mitnick, Queen Bitch just sent down a new list, wants access to the following CO's financials, ASAP. Nprotech, Scotland. Mert International, Germany. Cypro Clinical, USA. Keski & Sons, Iceland. Advanced Cybernetics, PLC, Brazil. Insight Manufacturing, Korea. Your Pan-Air testing skills aren't too bad. Get him started for me. I gotta deal with Nuclear Snake again. He's becoming a real pain in my ass. Windmill.
From Picus.
Are you recently up from the manufacturing plant?
To China
Yes.
now as details about a bold
have
maneuver
the,
by Biotech Corporation
look of a lower
Taiyong
city
Medical
worker.
continue
Nice
to
and
emerge.
warm here. I
Sources
just came
close to
from the data
multinational
core
giant
archives.
inform me that
It's
it has
freezing in
successfully
there.
purchased rival
I suppose they
corporation
need to keep the servers
Nprotech
cool.
of Scotland.
Sure creates a draft in there with all the
Enprostock.
vents though.
But could not explain how millions of dollars in revenue
我听起
ended
来
up
像
in
是在
his
生气。
personal account.
你想害我被炒吗？你根本不理解我有多大的压力啊！
过会儿再说。
看起来可没什么相关性哦。不好意思，我一定是走神了，我以为你是别人呢。
不，我没时间聊天，等我结束了你就回来把它清洁一下。
Hello there, Sprocket. Hope things are going well. Wow, in China already? Absolutely. Yeah. I like the music in this part.
It makes me wonder, who is in on this? Bennett? The Predator? Damon Killian? Cullen Crisp? Fucking TE-1000? Shit. What are they planning?
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the Bane impression. Thank you. Somebody redeemed the Arnie impression. You had to go with Bane. That is true. Before you arrived, someone else redeemed that.
谁呀？是的，很忙，和往常一样。你怎么总问些没意义的问题呢？我听起来像是在生气。
Where do you think you're going? The data core room is for authorized personnel only. You're not gonna get in there.
I was looking for the cafeteria. Sorry.
You a lab experiment or something? I hope they brought you up to date on the security measures before letting you walk around this place. You make a wrong move in TYM, it'll be your last. Don't matter who you are.
Hey, Perma Gamer, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope things are going well. Hope you had a great stream of Arc Raiders. Hope everything went well. Welcome to my Detroit Sci-Fi Trilogy. I took Robocop Rogue City, this game, and I'm going to be doing a playthrough of Detroit Become Human as a loose trilogy. So I've already done Robocop Rogue City, which was a first time playthrough, so that was really good. I like that. Dr. Darling, Detroit Become Marathon. Absolutely, a marathon of Detroit sci-fi games. I'm sure there's probably some other ones out there that are set in Detroit as well. If anyone knows of any, like I won't be putting them as part of this playthrough series, but I'd just be curious to know what other games that are sci-fi that are also set in Detroit. Permagamer, yeah, you had fun. Nice, you played Robocop 2. You liked it? Excellent, Permagamer. I'm glad to hear that you had fun. That's awesome. Yeah, it was really, really cool. And in my playthrough, to pay homage to the scene in the first movie where the guy has the woman at gunpoint and Robocop shoots through her legs to shoot him in the nuts. I tried to make sure that all the shots that I did on human enemies were in the nuts as well. I mean, there were some I had to just shoot anywhere because it was getting to a point at some moments where I was going to be getting killed if I didn't, quickly shoot. But I got that done for the majority of times. So that was fun. And I also just stuck to his Auto 9 pistol for default. Usually when I do a playthrough of a game for the first time, I don't add any special requirements or any rules or do challenges. But for that game I wanted to make an exception. Yeah, it's so funny, Permagamer, because there's a trophy for it, for doing it at least once, and then there's also a dedicated animation for shooting them there too. So yeah, the developers knew what they were doing, allowing that as a thing. I mean, if you're a fan of Robocop and you remember that scene, then it's good that they were like, right, we need to make sure that we acknowledge that as a method of killing enemies. Permagamer did not know that. Yeah, it's just so funny too when you get them to fall in unison, holding their crotch. And then you get them like one falls to their knees and then the other one, and then they fall to the ground, and then it looks really funny.
Access granted.
So with the Detroit Sci-Fi Trilogy, all these games don't take place in the same universe. They're just separate games that have stories that are sci-fi that are set in Detroit. This one doesn't stick to Detroit for the entire game, like Robocop does, as well as Detroit Become Human. But Detroit is a major part of this game's story, and it's the location where David Sarif has his company creating augmentations for humans, and we play as a character named Adam Jensen, who is the head of security for David Sarif. But there was a break-in, and there was a massacre, and Jensen suffered severe injuries, and to save his life, they had to put augmentations into his body. They also did extra than that too. There was a point where they had enough to save him, but then they went the extra mile and added even more stuff to him. And so in that way, it's similar to RoboCop, where RoboCop, Alex Murphy, was brutally killed, but they were able to bring him back to life, but they basically put him into a cyborg body. But in his case, all that's left is his face and his brain. And so that's why I chose that game to be the first in this trilogy, RoboCop Rogue City. But also because in this game, there's actually a reference to the RoboCop movie in the police station. There's these two officers. One is actually named Alex Murphy, and both of the characters were talking about this 80s movie about this cop who gets brought back to life as a robot. And when you interact with them, one of them says, "Hey, I think we were just talking about you." So I wanted to make sure I got that in the playthrough, so we covered that. And then Detroit Become Human, it's about androids that are full androids that want to become, or they start to become human. And so it's a little bit of a different kind of direction than RoboCop and Deus Ex Human Revolution. But the reason I included that, aside from it being set in Detroit and being sci-fi, is because there's still similar themes that are about how humans deal with this kind of technology and the implications of how it affects other people and also industries and all that kind of stuff. And so in this game you have a bit of a distrust about augmentation technology. In Detroit Become Human, you have a distrust of androids, especially when they start to go against their programming and become self-aware and want to have their own, rights and all that kind of stuff. So it deals with how humanity takes that and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I've lumped the three of those games together as well. Plus, this is a good opportunity to do a first-time playthrough of RoboCop Rogue City, to replay this game again, and same with Detroit Become Human, because I really do like this game and Detroit Become Human a lot.
This is the spot. Keep looking. Someone must be there.
This is not right. Pritchard, I'm retrieving Van Bruggen's evidence now. Is Sarif patched in?
Right here, Adam. I'm listening.
I just heard that your team is mobilizing in Detroit. Why wasn't I informed of this sooner?
Tactical assignments are not your concern.
Reed and her team have subdermal GPL implants. They'll be tracked. Kidnapping them was a mistake.
Montreal took care of that.
Forgive me if I don't put as much faith in our friend Eliza as you do. She's too erratic.
Your concerns are noted, but I would advise you to concentrate on your own assignments instead of interfering with mine. Namir out.
Boss, did you get that?
I heard. I just...
Megan and the others. They're alive.
We've got to stay focused. Zawa's a residence at the top of the tower. It's off limits to everyone except her and her guards. Now get up there and find out what she knows.
Dr. Darling, Detroit, become lasers. Lasers. Is that the Architecto? Oh no, that's actually Lance from Assassin's Creed 3. But also the guy in Brotherhood who is supposed to be the head engineer for the cannons, and he's asleep when Ezio finds him. It's also the same actor as well. Plus I think he was in Skyrim as some characters maybe. But I haven't played that for a very long time, so I don't have any memory of a lot of the voice acting in that. A frontier too far? The state of space, circa 2027. An impoverished NASA and a marginalized European Space Agency mean the dream of travel to Mars and beyond goes unfulfilled. Only China's and America's militaries field regular flights, watching each other down the barrels of their particle cannons. In space, the coldest of Cold Wars rumbles on, echoing the NATO-Soviet confrontations of the 1980s. At present, the only space science of any note is taking place at Moonbase Omega, a small colony near Clavius. Plans to expand the facility exist, but it may be some time before they come to fruition. However, in near-Earth orbit, corporate interests thrive, with automated orbital factories producing materials in microgravity environments, among constellations of communications and spy satellites. Other plans for space commercialization are in development, including an orbital resort for the mega-rich. A slow and steady corporate takeover of the high frontier looms. Now, it's so crazy. This game came out in 2011. It's set in 2027, and next year it'll be 2027 IRL. And the whole thing about the colonization of Mars, and all that kind of stuff. And just recently they had was it Artemis, I think, where it went to the furthest side of the moon that they've ever gone before. So we had that recently. I mean, this says circa 2027, so that could include 2026 or 2028 IRL. But space exploration and the concept of going to other planets, I mean, that's something that's been part of sci-fi as well for so long. And it becomes a thing sometimes where it's like, was the science fiction of the past predicting the future? Or is it simply people looking back at that and going, let's try and make that a reality? And I think there can be an argument for both as well. But if you're watching a sinking ship actually sink, the possibility that it'll just automatically rise back up again, it's like, was it predicted to do that, or was there some technology created to be able to make it do that as well? And for all I know, there probably is that technology, that if a ship is going down, for it to be able to rise back up. Whether that's something that is actually available right now, or if it's being worked on, who knows. But the other side of things is too, like, in all the existence of humanity, to expect that only one person on the planet would think of something and not other people also coming to the same conclusion is a bit ridiculous, because there's so many things that officially get done that people had thought of. It's just that they weren't the person to bring it into fruition, someone else was. But that didn't mean that that person who brought it to fruition was the only one who thought of that. There's probably so many things that people do that are great, that go unnoticed, that would also benefit a lot of people, but they go unnoticed. And it's not until someone else comes along who has the same idea, who does have the resources and of course money can be a major factor to actually bring that into fruition, or bring that into reality, I should say.
Access granted.
To Quan Zeeman, the Dutchman. Bad news. Peng says Windmill slipped their net. Somebody helped him, which means all those little Easter eggs he hid inside our systems just became our biggest security threat. Rally the team. We might have to go line by line till we find them. Narayan. Raid, hey there, Rod. Did you hear of that one rumor about butter? Actually, never mind. You shouldn't be spreading it. I like that one. How's things going, Raid?
Access grant.
Fu GIE. Urgent response needed. Attention the President CEO. Dear Sir, confidential business proposal. Having consulted with my colleagues and based on the information gathered from the Nigerian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, I have the privilege to request for your assistance to transfer the sum of 47,500,000 credits into your accounts. The above sum resulted from an over-invoice contract, executed, commissioned and paid for about 5 years ago by a foreign contractor. This action was, however, intentional, and since then the fund has been in a suspense account at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Apex Bank. We are now ready to transfer the fund overseas, and that is where you come in. It is important to inform you that as a civil servant, we are forbidden to operate a foreign account. That is why we require your assistance. The total sum will be shared as follows: 70% for us, 25% for you, and 5% for local and international expenses incident to the transfer. The transfer is risk-free on both sides. I am an accountant with the Nigerian National Transhumanism Corporation. If you find this proposal acceptable, we shall require the following documents: your banker's name, telephone account and fax numbers, your private telephone and fax numbers, for confidentiality and easy communication, your letter headed, paper stamped and signed. Alternatively, we will furnish you with the text of what to type into your letter headed paper, along with a breakdown explaining comprehensively what we require of you. The business will take us 30 working days to accomplish. Please reply urgency. Oh yeah, I'm sure this is 100% legit and that it's not a scam at all. Click yes. No, just kidding. Well, this game actually predicted something that is actually a thing in 2026 and will be in 2027. Scam artists still trying to scam people. Dr. Darling also waiting for Cyberpunk 2077 since Rod said he will play it this year. I definitely will. I'm trying to make room for games that are new by doing some games that I feel like playing that aren't new to me as early games.
Access granted.
Something else too, like for games that are for anniversary celebrations, some of those phases might actually be done as an early game, depending on what it was that I wanted to do. Some games though, like Red Dead Redemption recently, I wanted to have my music tribute be a main game on the channel, but there will be some games that I'll do a music tribute for as an early game. That way, if there's any other games I want to play on that same day, I can have it as a main game as well. Dr. Darling, you picked up 75 black hats. Arthur Morgan would be jealous. Especially playing if you're stealing the hats of enemies.
Who the hell is that? Gotta trigger the alarm. Keep him busy.
I wasn't sure which way the guy was actually gonna fucking go. I thought he was gonna go to his left, but he went to his right instead. Jensen just jamming.
Stop him! He's right here. Yeah! Bastard! Need a better spot. That guy.
The purchase gives Taiyong a significant increase in global market share. This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus. To China now as details of the full sources close to the multinational giant inform me that it has successfully purchased rival corporation Protec of Scotland. As rumors began to circulate, accusing CEO McTavish denied the allegation. To China now as details about a bold maneuver by biotech corporation Taiyong.
Hey, you!
asshole! Come on out! Need a lift.
Indeed, Dr. Darling. Rest in peace, Leonidas. Auditore Jensen. Hey, Mr. Goatee. Good afternoon to you as well, dude. Did I manage to get the RoboCop reference you wanted? I did. The funny thing was, it wasn't that I did something to lock myself out of getting it the first time around. It was because it was a different set of characters. So I restarted the game and rushed through it back to that point again for nothing. But the important thing was getting that RoboCop reference into the playthrough. So we got it. And it's so funny too, because the two NPCs are talking about the RoboCop movie, and then when you interact with one of them, he's like, "Hey, I think we were just talking about you." And one of the characters is Alex Murphy, the name of the character who got killed and became RoboCop. Yeah, rip indeed, Mr. Goatee. So funny though. How's things going, dude?
I'm sure it was just a clerical error, accused Zhao Yunlu, CEO of Taiyong Medical, as transfer of ownership was officially declared. The purchase gives Taiyong a significant increase in global market share. This is Eliza Kassan, reporting to you live from Picus.
Taiyong Medical and You, Corporate History. Taiyong Medical was incorporated in Shanghai in 1977, the same year the first Star Wars came out, as a designer and manufacturer of silicone prosthetic limbs. Throughout the 1980s, TYM grew to become a moderately sized company with 2 factories in the People's Republic of China. and this thing is being insistent, so we give it an EMP. Oh, it missed it? Oh no, it got it. That's good. Okay, now I can read this in peace. TYM grew to become a moderately sized company with 2 factories in the People's Republic of China and sales all across Southeast Asia, but it was in 2009 when Zhao Yunru, one of China's first and youngest CEOs, brought her unique vision to the company that Taiyong became a name known around the world. Working with the Army of the People's Republic, Yunru's altruism and business acumen cemented an arrangement to supply augmentations to amputee combat veterans, making Taiyong Medical a corporate force to be reckoned with, fueling new expansion across Southeast Asia and growing African markets. Later, in 2017, TYM was invited to take part in the audacious Hengsha Island project, leading to the construction of its corporate headquarters. Hey there, Neon, welcome. How did you like Robocop? Did you realize it's better than Red Dead? And also, the ending boss you couldn't beat was so annoying, but at least it was just a prologue part. Yeah, I liked Robocop Rogue City. I'd definitely say it's not as good as Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2. But they're in completely different ballparks because they're totally different kinds of games as well. But I really enjoyed Robocop Rogue City as a fan of the movies, mostly the first one. I really liked all the references and all the sort of like foreshadowing for Robocop 3, even though I don't really like that movie. It was still interesting to see them mention things that foreshadow what's going to happen in Robocop 3 and that, but yeah, I enjoyed it as well. It's the first game I've played by the company who did it. I haven't played their other movie-based games like Rambo or the Terminator one, but that Rambo one from years and years ago looked terrible. So this game I thought was great. It seems like an improvement on that Rambo game by a long shot as well. But yeah, I enjoyed it. How's things going, Neon? Mr. Gote, good video games today and relaxing and gonna watch State of Origin tomorrow night. Oh nice, Gote, that's cool that you're going good and that you're gonna play some video games and relax. Gonna watch State of Origin? Cool. Well, I hope the team that you go for is gonna win. Hey there, Inmita. I'm doing really well, thank you. Things are going good, how about yourself? Neon, it's totally better than Red Dead. Joking, lol. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty high bar to beat. It's going good, just playing some Marvel Rivals for a bit, but also listening to me in the background. Oh, nice, Neon, that's really cool. I'm glad to hear that things are going well, and thank you so much for lurking and listening to the stream while you're doing Marvel Rivals. Mr. Gote, well, you mainly cheer for your favourite players to score a try than favourite teams. Oh, that's fair enough. That's definitely fair enough. And Mita, good to hear. You're doing well, just arrived at work. Very nice, dude. Glad to hear that you're doing well. I hope that work is going to be great for you today. Oh, GG's on finishing Greedfall as well. Oh, that's all good, dude.
Access granted.
Hey, Sarif man.
Son of a bitch. Van Bruggen?
Just thought you'd wanna know. I survived that little surprise party back at the hotel. And I'm sailing away from this shithole as we speak. All because of you.
You want to thank me? Forget you ever had this frequency.
I got a better idea. I'm looking at your bank account right now and, you know, Sarif really ought to pay you more.
Van Bruggen?
No need to thank me, man. Just enjoy it.
Mr. Gote, it's really going to be a good game too, and some hard guesses considering all the best players that you've been following since the start of the year are on NSW. Oh, really? Well, I mean, you know, it's definitely fair enough. Sprocket's so nice. Okay, all is forgiven. Forget about the scientist that died. Yeah, that's a result of giving Van Bruggen a weapon earlier on. And I like to usually give him the handgun, because usually it's the gun that I find to be the weakest and is not one that I want to worry about, so I keep it in the inventory to give to him. But this time around, for this playthrough, because I need to use the pistol if I'm going to be shooting, I decided to give him a different weapon. Neon, one of the guys you heard earlier on this game sounded exactly like the asshole guy in Robocop, the guy who made the robots, etc. Can't remember his name though. Oh, yeah, just trying to think which character it might be in the game. Because you got Hugh Darrow, which he's got sort of like a bit of a bit of a British accent, I think. Or maybe it's not.
Stock had taken a dip earlier in the day as rumors began to circulate, accusing CEO Ollie McTavish of embezzlement. McTavish denied the allegations, but could not explain how millions of dollars ended up in his personal account. I'm sure it was just a clerical error, quipped Zhao Yunru, CEO of Taiyang Medical, as transfer of ownership was official.
Nice place you got here.
Please! I didn't mean to!
Where's Megan Reed?
Reed? I don't know!
Stop lying, Zhao. I know you kidnapped her and her team. I know you're out to destroy Sarif Industries.
Sarif?
I also know you're working with that son of a bitch who left me to die. So where's Megan?
No, you got it wrong. You think I'm behind it all, but I'm not. I'm just like you. The hired help.
You're the head of a billion-dollar mega corporation.
And you think that will protect me. But it doesn't. These men, they're bigger than Sarif, bigger than Taiyong. I'm nothing compared to their ambitions.
What are you talking about?
Sarif knows. Ask him. He thought he could protect his staff with subdermal GPLs. But these men, they control global interests at a whim. One call to Picus, and the implants couldn't be heard. I thought they'd sent you here to kill me. You've got to help me. Please. You've made it this far. Surely you can protect me. Surely. Surely you can protect me. Men never fail to underestimate women.
Adam, what the hell'd you do? The entire building's on alert.
Panic room. She's got a goddamn panic room.
Yeah, well, so do I. Forget about her right now. Get to the hangar bay, fast.
He's in the penthouse area somewhere, and I want him found immediately. He cannot get out alive. You hear me? So comb this area on the double and find his ass. Now!
Yes, sir.
Yeah, me too. Where is Lee? Give me Lee. Sprocket, she bamboozled you. Oh gee, why are men in video games so dumb? I mean, in Jensen's defense, he wasn't actually reciprocating what she was doing. But I guess because he wasn't reacting and was just letting her do it. Cofferton, it's a real life superpower actually, not in video games. There's some people can be easily led, unfortunately.
Watch your back! You aren't supposed to be here! Stop right there! Holy
He's in the penthouse area somewhere, and I want him found immediately. He cannot get out alive. You hear me? So comb this area on the double and
I've got you covered!
Bust him
I
up.
heard that! Got you!
You can't. Where is he?
Jensen, I'm coming to pick you up. You anywhere near their hangar bay?
I'm heading there now.
Great. Get those bay doors open or this rescue attempt ain't gonna happen.
How's things going, Coffeeton? Neon? Yeah, it's the David Sarif guy. Kind of sound like the one guy from RoboCop who was trying to fire the police station. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a good call, actually. It's another example of how you can have so many different things inspiring other stuff. That some things might not be directly something you go, that's a direct reference, but it could also just be something where all the other elements fall into place so well that it creates, you know, references to other stuff too.
Hangar doors locked. Incorrect security sequence. Please disable security bots prior to opening doors. Hangar doors locked. Incorrect security sequence. Please
Activate self-destruct sequence.
prior to opening doors. Hangar doors locked. Incorrect security sequence. Please disable security bots prior to opening doors. Hangar doors locked. Incorrect security sequence. Please disable security bots prior to opening doors. Security measures disabled. Hangar doors unlocked.
Activate self-destruct sequence.
Brain implants. Comments by Hugh Darrow on a panel at the 2009 International Gathering of Neuroscientific Researchers. I'm firmly convinced that neurostimulation technology can evolve to a level where it will not only aid those with neural dysfunction, but actually enhance the cognition of normal people. This mechanism, a network of platinum iridium electrodes connected to a subcutaneously implanted pulse generator in either a titanium or G-loop coated capsule, has previously been used to suppress the effects of Parkinson's disease, dystonia, and other neurological conditions. For example, in the case of non-Parkinsonian essential tremor, the electrodes are embedded in the ventro-intermedial nucleus, or the thalamus, while the applications for dystonia and symptoms associated with Parkinson's disease, such as rigidity, bradykinesia, or akinesia, tremor, and the like, the electrode bouquet is typically inserted into the globus pallidus or the subthalamic nucleus, depending on patient state. We're already designing the next generation of these devices with wireless dosing protocols and remote application. It's only a matter of allowing ourselves to take the next step and implant a healthy person to go beyond the merely therapeutic application and into the modificatory. A lot of big words there that I don't actually understand, but in terms of like conceptual ideas, it's taking someone's brain and giving it mods essentially to help with certain diseases, and also being able to put it into people with a healthy brain to give them enhancements. Neon, is this game like Splinter Cell but sci-fi? Well, it's definitely got a lot of Splinter Cell stealth kind of stuff involved in it. I don't actually have any of them active, and I don't know if I will for this playthrough, but Jensen can cloak himself, and that also gives you the ability to go through laser grids to prevent setting off alarms and all that kind of stuff. But this game is notorious for being one of the most difficult to get the Foxiest of the Hounds achievement, where you have to get through the whole game without being detected. But it's a bit finicky because how it determines you're detected can be difficult to figure out, because sometimes it doesn't count being alarmed. Then there's like suspicious as well. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of similarities to Splinter Cell. In fact, there's also some connections to Splinter Cell. Elias Tefexis, who plays the main character in this, he would go on to be in Splinter Cell Conviction and Blacklist as Coben. And also, what's another connection? Oh yeah, the composer of the music for this game, Michael McGann, he went under the name Behavior for Splinter Cell Double Agent and did the music for that. In Mita, it was quite challenging to get past those guards unnoticed. It took you a few times. It definitely can be, dude. Like, holy shit, they're so clumped together, and trying to determine which direction they're facing and anticipate when the other enemies will face in the direction that's close to the next one and all that. Neon, yeah, the cover system reminded you a lot of Splinter Cell. That's why you asked. Oh yeah, Neon. Yeah, no, if you're a fan of Splinter Cell games, then I could definitely see one becoming a fan of this.
Opening hangar bay door. Please clear the landing.
Neon, didn't this come out after Splinter Cell Conviction though, like 2011, because Conviction is 2010? That is true, yeah, this game came out in 2011, and it's another game that I want to do 15th anniversary playthroughs for, as well as Assassin's Creed Revelations, which came out the same year too, as well. But yeah, there's a lot of actors that are in this game that were also in Splinter Cell and Assassin's Creed as well. Hey there, Keone, welcome. I hope things are going well. We just done this level. We took care of the two big giant robots. And now we can escape with Malik.
Jensen, time to hightail it back to Detroit. Get in.
We're not going to Detroit.
What?
We're going to Montreal. I'll explain en route.
Damn right you will.
Are you sure about this? I mean, it's not some tiny cable station you're infiltrating.
Zal mentioned an Eliza and a phone call to Picus. Put them together, it has to mean Eliza Kassan is in on this.
You don't think that's a bit of a leap? The world's most famous news anchor working with a mercenary hit squad?
We can argue the fine points later. Set me down on the tower. I'll get in from the roof.
Jensen, it's Pritchard. Malik tells me you want Eliza Kassan's location.
If it's not too much trouble.
It's not. I bypassed the firewall easily, and I've pulled up a 3D model of their floor plan. Her office is in the tower, room 404.
On my way.
Of course it's room 404. Oh no, Keone. You fractured your wrist from hiking? Holy shit. You're trying to hike with rollerblades. I guess that's what you get. Damn, what a combination. That would be extremely painful. Like, I can't imagine. I really hope that you're able to get a speedy recovery, Keone. So did you have to get some kind of like wrist brace or something like that? Neon, maybe weird opinion, but you hate how yellow this game looks, lol. They used to call games like this the piss filter. I could definitely understand that. Yeah, there's definitely a color scheme that they went with this game. And in the sequel, Mankind Divided, they went with a different direction as well. But it's so funny when you think too about yellow paint being a way to guide the player as to where things need to go or where you need to go and all that kind of stuff. And there's some games where they try and make it so that, for example, in a lot of the Tomb Raider games, they try to make it so that there might be some surfaces that look like they've had rust or something on them, but it's being used as a way to guide the player to where they need to go or to indicate something that can be climbed and things like that. So it is interesting when they try and circumvent the most obvious way of displaying that kind of thing.
Access granted.
Keone, you put in a cast for about 4 to 6 weeks. That is definitely a long time as well. I really hope that your wrist and the fracture of it mends, you know. Hopefully, I mean, you never know, it might be less time than that, he's hoping. Large weapons cache found after standoff. A storehouse of handguns and assault weapons was found in a Brisbane home after a 2-day standoff with police. Authorities say 8 pro-China rebels were taken into custody. The South Australian Federation was once again forced to bring in private contractors to help quell the unrest. And now, the Aussie accent version. Large weapons cache found after standoff. A storehouse of handguns and assault weapons was found in a Brisbane home after a 2-day standoff with police. Authorities say 8 pro-China rebels were taken into custody. The South Australian Federation was once again forced to bring in private contractors to help quell the unrest. There we go. Neon, isn't this the only Deus Ex game they stopped after 1, you think? Well, they did a game called The Fall, which I think might have been... Was it a mobile game? It definitely wasn't a console game, or it might have been a hybrid between a mobile and a hybrid. But in terms of main entries, they did do a sequel to this one called Mankind Divided. But since then, we haven't gotten a new Deus Ex game though. Figures show sharp global rise in terrorism. The number of serious international terrorist incidents more than doubled last year, as reported by the United Nations Terrorism Task Force. According to their statistics, the number of significant attacks grew to 1,285, up from 582 in 2026. For proponents of private militias, these figures validate and support the increasing use of private contractors to help deal with terrorism, such as Bell Tower Associates, Interguarda plc, and Sharp Edge Incorporated, all of whom have greatly bolstered their global presence. Those opposed to the expanding role of these militias argue that the integration of private and public security forces is cost prohibitive and undermines the checks and balances needed for true democratic accountability. To address these concerns, the UN report proposes the formation of an international counter-terrorism unit. I think this becomes Task Force 29 in the sequel to this. I'm not sure though. Neon, never heard of the Mankind one. It must not have been as highly regarded as much as this one. It's kind of tricky with that one. I do prefer this one over it, but I really do like Mankind Divided. The game has an interesting premise, and the story threads it continues on from this game were interesting. There's also the Missing Link DLC, which in the original version is a separate content you have to enter into, but they released a director's cut version in 2013 that incorporated it automatically, and there's also some things in that which set up things that Mankind Divided would eventually have, and all that kind of stuff. But the problem is, and this might be a light spoiler for it, but it doesn't actually resolve every story thread that it brings up itself as well. So I think originally it was going to be a longer game, but they ended up cutting a lot of content, I think, is what happened. So the game overall, in terms of main story, is shorter, but if you do all the side missions, that'll make the game longer, of course. But if you don't like the side missions and you just do the story, you can pretty much do the story dedicated. You could probably do it in, 5 to 7 hours. That's if you just, basically ignore reading everything and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, the sequel to this came out in 2016, and we haven't gotten a follow-up since then. There was a Deus Ex game in development, but they scrapped it to do the Avengers game, I think. I think it was one of those situations where that was the game at the time that they went with instead. Uniting the world. What is the Picus Group? Picus is comprised of many marketing services and media companies. These include advertising agencies, public relations firms, media and entertainment studios, market research companies, communication satellite facilities, and web service providers. The Picus Group considers itself a parent entity, bringing together the right combination of capabilities to serve analytic and creative brand marketing needs. The world's largest telecommunications provider, the Picus Group has more than 1,000 primary and branch offices operating in over 100 countries. It is our pride to state without fear of contradiction that there is nowhere on earth where Picus can't be found. Led by Eliza Cassan, our most respected journalist and the voice of our premier news channel, the Picus News Network, we work with nearly 1 billion people worldwide. Picus's dedicated colleagues range from copywriters and bloggers to famous movie directors and top music stars. So in the universe of RoboCop, you have, of course, mega corporations, OCP being the big one, but there are others, of course, but they're the big one. And there's also a satirical edge that is added to the commentary that movie series does, about the absurdity of corporate politics and the irony of trying to let people know about tragic news stories, but then following it up with something stupid or something lighthearted. It's like millions of people died, and now for the weather, and now for the clown report, or something like that. It's not so much that in Deus Ex Human Revolution, but you do have mega corporations, and you do have the media, and being used as like a major source of information. And spoiler alert, Eliza Cassan isn't actually a real person. It's a completely fabricated AI, but people think that she's a real person, and she's not just used for reporting the news either. There's also capabilities that Eliza has that get utilized by the Illuminati in this series as well. Hey there, Tokyo. Hope things are going well. Neon, does any of the newest Terminator games not count as Detroit Sci-Fi games as well for this playthrough series? Well, as far as I know, there's no Terminator games that take place in Detroit, because especially in the movies, they primarily take place in Los Angeles, in California. But yeah, there's probably heaps of Detroit games, but I chose these three specifically because I really like this game and Detroit Become Human, and it was a good opportunity to play RoboCop for the first time because I'm a fan of the movies, mainly the first one as well, and all three deal with androids and all that kind of stuff. I I don't know if that Terminator game that the same people who did the RoboCop game did was actually set anywhere else except Los Angeles or not, because I haven't played that one. But yeah, the purpose of this trilogy isn't to do every single game that exists that is sci-fi and set in Detroit, but I wanted to do these very specific ones. Only AI is scary these days, and that's the other thing too. Like, those kinds of advancements might have been like predicted in some ways as well, you know. And so when you have real life stuff starting to emulate what was in science fiction, but it's not always 100% the same as what they proposed in, like, you know, older sci-fi as well. But there can also be similarities too, of course. Dr. Darling, have you already moved past the point with the aliens NPC? Definitely not, Dr. Darling, no. Yeah, that comes later when you're going through the sewers. After Malik has either been killed or you've rescued her.
Jensen, something's not right. Pike is a 24-hour global news network. Why isn't anyone answering their phones?
I'll get back to you on that.
Alright, so that one had a praxis kit in it, which is essentially a skill point. I'm still going to be streaming for at least 2 hours, so I don't know where I'll get up to at that point. But I definitely don't think I'll be finishing the game in this stream, but rather next stream that I'll be doing when I come back from my break later. Which means that Detroit Become Human, I'll be able to start that tomorrow. But the type of playthrough I've got planned, it'll be more than one stream anyway. So it'll be a stream of Detroit Become Human tomorrow, and then the next stream of it after that won't be until next Monday. Neon, there's a few Terminator games you saw that were new. You don't know if they did well, but they totally didn't look like Los Angeles area was more spacey. Yeah, I mean, I'm just basing it on the movies, which were set in Los Angeles. But as for games, they might have set one in Detroit. But as I said, these 3 games are what I wanted to do, because I was a fan of RoboCop, and there's RoboCop references in this game. And I also wanted to have 3 games that were about cybernetics and robotics and the human kind of like element, and how humanity deals with cybernetics and the combination of them. But also the inverse with Detroit Become Human, where you have androids who are becoming human instead of humans becoming androids, essentially. But people are more than welcome to do marathons of 10 plus games that are set in the same place if they want to. I just want to do 3 games. Okay, so I've already read that ebook.
Looks like everyone left in a hurry, Pritchard. The place is deserted.
Because somebody triggered a fire alarm and then silenced it. I suggest you find Miss Kassan quickly and get out of there.
Legal Northern government used improvised explosive devices. Following the battle, Australian General Charles Brown thanked Bell. Hello, Adam.
Zal tell you I was coming, Miss Kassan?
Please, call me Eliza. Zhao Yunru did not tell me. She does not know you have discovered this connection.
So how did you find out?
I have been watching you for some time. Ever since receiving orders to temporarily disrupt satellites over the Detroit metropolitan area 6 months ago.
The night Megan's team was taken. You jammed their GPL so everyone would think they were dead.
Yes. Although I only came to that conclusion later. I find my realization disturbing. I wish we could discuss this further, but it seems I have alerted them to your presence. If you leave now, you may be able to escape.
Oh, I'm leaving. But you're coming with me.
I am sorry, Adam. I truly am.
Jensen, get out of there now!
Tell me you saw that, Pritchard.
Later. Right now, I'm detecting multiple radio signals converging on your location. It's a trap.
We knew that. And I'm not leaving without Eliza Kassan. So find her while I look for a way to get downstairs.
Neon, you doubt it's in Detroit any?
But he couldn't have gotten far. Don't be too sure. This guy's good. Well, if he's in here somewhere, he must be scared. I'm sure he didn't expect to see this much firepower.
Yeah. Just let me catch that little snake. He'll quickly realize he's playing with the big boys now.
Or the big girls, if she gets a hold of him.
The other guy talking, not the one that said that last bit of dialogue, but the other guy talking, Graham Cuthbertson plays that character, and he's been in the Assassin's Creed series. In Assassin's Creed 3, he played Clay Kazmarek, who was Subject 16. In Assassin's Creed Revelation, sorry. He plays Clay Kazmarek. And he's also done some voices of henchmen in, I think, Splinter Cell Conviction was one of the games. Dr. Darling, I don't know if you remember the guys like, "At the airfield, Fisher!" I think it's that guy. I think he voices that enemy NPC. This won't end like it was at the airfield. Neon, your dad is in Detroit either anyway, lol, but yes, seems like the games are in a different planet. It's kind of like Doom. Every time the main guy talks, you think of Siphon Filter. Oh yeah, Gabe Logan. I hope they remaster the first 3 Siphon Filter games. Especially if they do it in the same way they did with the Tomb Raiders, where you can still play with the old graphics if you want, but you can have the new graphics and switch between the two at any time.
You, get on the upper catwalk and take a sniper position. He's probably crawling around here somewhere. Let's get you some better sight lines.
Clean
Yes,
down
sir.
here.
You, I want you to secure that exit over there.
Right away, sir. Searching next grid. Understood.
How's it on your side? Looking good.
Stay sharp and keep your eyes peeled. Hard to stay focused knowing what I'm...
Pritchard, have you found Eliza Kassan yet?
Possibly. Back in room 404, I detected a holo processing cloud more sophisticated than anything I've ever seen. It was sent from an area of the complex that wasn't showing up on the 3D layout.
You found a secret lair.
A sub-basement level that somebody spent an awful lot of time trying to conceal. It's connected to the tower by a funicular. Look for a staircase in the back of the TV newsroom and you'll reach it.
Alright, so I want to get the Typhoon explosive system activated. Launch mini explosives in a 360-degree arc at a range of 8 meters. And then we'll further increase that. Deals enough damage to kill any enemy, including all robot types. Activation manual. Energy consumption, 1 energy cell. We'll grab that as well. So in this playthrough I'm allowed to use the Typhoon, but whereas I normally use it for every boss encounter, in this playthrough I on purpose didn't do it for the first boss encounter, which was Barrett, but I'm going to use it for this next one, and then the final boss fight, the final mercenary boss fight with Namir. I won't actually be using it for his fight.
I don't want none of these journalists rats spying on us.
I'll make sure no one's hiding in the cubicles, sir.
Roger that. Are you sure these cameras are off?
The rebels' defenses were
Turn them off myself.
fighting swiftly. Declaring reporting to you live from control of vital oil reserves and
What the hell was that? Didn't sound good, whatever it was. We better have a look.
We've got a body here.
We've got a hostile in the area. Look alive.
Nearing source of disturbance.
We know someone's here. Keep looking.
Hey there, Levy. Good morning to you. I'm doing well, thank you. Having a good time in China with this part of the game. How's things going with you? Yeah, Neon, not in this stream, but in the stream I'll be doing later today. I plan to finish the playthrough in that stream. In Mita, you'll be on lurk mode while working. Good luck with the game. Thank you very much for leaving the lurk in Mita. Would like to highly recommend people check out Mita's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Control as part of his Remedy Games marathon. He's already done Alan Wake 1 as well as Alan Wake's American Nightmare, so he'll be doing Control next. He's also got lined up Quantum Break as well as Alan Wake 2. He's a great streamer, so definitely recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. Thank you for leaving the lurk in Mita. I really hope that work goes well. Levy, it's too hot, is it? Oh no. Yeah, I hate it when it's really hot. I definitely prefer it when it's warmer or cooler, but not way too cold. But cooler, but not too hot. Oh yeah, Mita, that's no worries at all for the shout out, dude. Levy will be 32 Celsius later. Oh, wonderful. Hopefully it doesn't go any higher than that.
I don't like this situation. Better stay alert.
Down here. Clean. Anyone got him?
Levy, you have issues with heat regulation, so you spent most of your Saturday with a brutal headache, a warm body and face, and cold hands and feet, which was an absolute joy. Sorry to hear about that, Levy. Like, that kind of thing can affect so much as well, and also be so annoying and frustrating. Neon, you can imagine Rod in the shower. This is too hot, this is too cold, this is too in the middle, but too warm. Yeah.
No go.
It's just one of those things too where sometimes things go in the extreme direction very quickly, and so that can be annoying too when you're not prepared for it.
Down here. Clean.
Levy laughed Mars off the longest shower just to find a sweet spot. It's like, imagine.
No go. Down here. Clean.
Got a possible visual.
I do not have a confirmation yet! Hostile in the area. Keep searching. Clear. Hostile in the area!
Moving to attack. Ready! Kill the bastard! We got lead in the air!
Respond in time! Shit! Lost him!
Point. 10-4.
I saw you!
Access granted.
Jensen, I've been tracking your progress through the 3D layout. You're close to the funicular.
Any chance it's sitting there waiting for me?
Where would the fun be in that? You'll have to call it and wait. Oh, and Jensen, when you do, they're going to know where you are.
Levy, when the shower gets out of hand, is like, hang on, what the hell?
This is not normal.
I love Geese, Neon, when they're running. It's just so funny. Which reminds me, I need to play that Untitled Goose game, because that looked absolutely hilarious when I saw Lucinda play it. Just the way that the goose actually waddles alone was enough to crack me up, let alone the fact that you can cause all this mischief. The game's treating me pretty well, Levy. We're getting close to the point in the story where we have to deal with another boss fight. But I've got a weapon called the Typhoon, which is an augmentation. Basically, there's all these steel balls that get shot out at a very fast speed in a 360-degree direction. And I love to use it against bosses because 2 uses of it and they're dead. But the thing about it is that it uses up battery that Jensen has. So when you use it up once, you have to actually recharge. So it's best to make sure that if you've got multiple battery slots, to actually have it fully recharged if you're going to do 2 in a row. Neon, you wonder if Deus Ex was inspired by Matrix character Keanu. Only animal game you've seen recently was Squirrel with a Gun, pretty funny as well. Well, with the first Deus Ex, it came out a year after the Matrix did. And you have the main character, JC Denton, wearing a long trench coat. So, that's probably the earliest video game that was inspired by the Matrix, as well as Max Payne, of course, having bullet time in it. But that one, I haven't actually seen any gameplay of it, but that sounds pretty funny, a squirrel with a gun. Just imagine the squirrel in Ice Age with a gun.
We've got ups in almost every room in the building. If he decides to come down here, he won't get very far.
He's a sneaky little bastard. We have to be on full alert.
Neon, you gotta watch it, lol. I have to check out some gameplay of it. Reminds me, in Red Dead Redemption 2, you can get a squirrel statue of it wearing a cowboy outfit with a gun. Levy, the freaking squirrel from Ice Age. I mean, rumor has it that that squirrel is still alive somewhere. They found the secret to immortality, but they still haven't gotten the acorn yet. Neon, you thought the thing was from Ice Age was a sloth. Yeah, there's also that too, as well. One of the main characters. I've only seen one of those movies a very long time ago.
Someone hiding over there?
Exactly, Levy. The squirrel is a small side character only for the laughs. Just brought up fond memories of you as a child thinking that was the funniest thing ever. It is funny what our minds latch onto when we're children as being really hilarious, and it can create those sort of, like, I guess they're called core memories, that whenever you see something similar, it makes you think about that original thing that you saw.
Get him down! Got him wrong place, boy!
Neon is basically just like Men in Black type guys in suits are running around trying to capture this big ass squirrel invading this city, somewhat like Destroy All Humans, but as a squirrel. It's funny. That sounds really funny and absurd as well. That's one of my favorite kinds of humor, is absurd humor.
Come out!
That's why Monty Python and their humor works so well with me. I also used to like the skits of theirs I watched where they would be going on and on about something, and they would keep on going on and on about something for so long that the longer they went on about the thing, the more people probably forgot what was being talked about in the first place, to the point where the person who was actually talking about the thing that they were trying to reference and was taking so long to say would end up with a police officer or a general coming in and stopping the skit because it was getting too silly. So that was one of the things that I liked. And yes, I was doing that on purpose, making that commentary as long as possible before getting to the point. Neon, you never watched Ice Age, you just remember the Sid character. Oh yeah, I think Joe Pantoliano played that character, didn't he, I think? Levy, yeah, you think you were like 7 or 8 when it released. Remember watching it in the cinema? Oh, that is cool. I can't really remember what the earliest movie I saw at the cinema would have been, unfortunately.
See if he comes back. Nothing here. Lost.
I mean, sure, when I was like 10, I can remember going to see Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. But I can't remember any movies I might have seen at the cinema earlier than 10.
Someone's here. I do not have a confirmation yet. Hostile in the area. Keep searching. We've got some suspicious activity.
That's done it. They'll be converging on your position, and the funicular will take some time to get there. It isn't a high-speed elevator.
Great.
Not to worry. I'm sure your new friends will make the wait interesting. I'll keep you up to date on his progress.
Thanks for nothing, Francis.
Yeah, Cesare Borgia, thanks for nothing. Neon Monsters Inc. was yours? Oh, was it? Oh, cool. I never actually saw that one. Levy, you think the first movie your parents took you to watch was the Disney Tarzan animated movie in 1999? So that's when that came out, was it? Yeah, because I never really watched a lot of Disney movies when I was older. It was more when I was much younger and watching Looney Tunes as well a lot. Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Your arm's off. No, it isn't. What's that then? I've had worse. You liar. Come on, you pansy. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming those quotes from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That scene with the Black Knight. So funny. I like how Assassin's Creed Revelations actually pays reference to that by having the guy who constantly gets back up again after you defeat him in a fist fight multiple times. Levy, you think you're not ready for that and vividly remember crying for hours after because you were sad? Oh yeah, Levy, that's fair enough too, you know. Like, I remember being about 6 years old watching the ending to Super Mario Bros. 2, where it was all just a dream that Mario had, and for some reason that made me cry. I think it was because at that young age, to recognize in fiction that I was being told that what I had just experienced was all in some character's dream made me feel sad that it wasn't, you know, a real thing that the character had gone through.
Jensen. Get moving.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why don't you see who it is? I do not have a confirmation yet. Hostile in the area. Keep searching.
Hello there, E-Tone. I hope things are going well. Neon, do you remember your first rated R movie you saw? I think yours was Scarface, lol. I think mine would have been, I want to say Robocop, 1987, because I remember a friend of mine, his parents had an office, and sometimes when they were at work, he would go there and I would go there too when staying at his place, because sometimes they had work they had to do over the weekends, and so they had a VHS set up there too, so we watched the uncut version of Robocop. So I think that would have been the first R-rated movie I saw. It could have been also, let me think, it could have been the original Total Recall as well, because I think here in Australia that was R-rated.
You got it.
No, keep looking.
So it would have been around like 9 or 10, I think. Somewhere around then when I saw Robocop for the first time, the fully uncut version.
I've got a possible visual.
Get over there and confirm it.
Jensen, I'm beginning to think that not everything is what it appears to be at Pike's Communications.
And what gave you that idea? The hidden sub-basement, the fact that a 24-hour news network has been cleared of all workers, or the heavily armed guards trying to kill me?
Spare me the sarcasm. I'm talking about how easy it's been to bypass the firewall and access their systems. At least, parts of them.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean, I feel as if I'm being directed to some areas of the network and kept away from others. Only no security system I know of can do that on the fly.
Figure it out later, Pritchard. If I'm gonna catch Miss Kassan in action, I need a more accurate destination than the secret lair.
The hollow processing cloud you encountered in room 404 was accompanied by a massive power spike. The spike originated in one of the sub-basement's bigger rooms, 80211. I suspect that's where she broadcasts from.
Levy, yeah, you were 4, so you totally get that. Yeah, you know, it's funny how we interpret things when we're a child, and then years later when we reassess the very thing, we then realize just how impactful even basic things can be on like a subconscious level. And I mean, I'm just guessing here, but I have a theory that our ability to recognize what our subconscious is recognizing is probably a bit more apparent when we're children as well, because I think it's partly to do with the formation of imagination and how the mind can perceive that there's something there even though there literally isn't. And it's different to someone who is suffering from a hallucination, but it's more that our mind was so able to immerse ourselves in what we wanted to actually do with, you know, if it was figures that we played with, or if it was just going in the backyard and pretending that you were going into a new world. You know, it's just part of our subconscious being able to play on a conscious level in a way. But I'm just guessing all this. I've got no real knowledge about, you know, subconscious, other than, you know, basic stuff like our subconscious takes note of so much stuff that we don't consciously keep track of or are aware of. E-Tone, you just purging heretics for the God Emperor in Space Marine 2? Oh, nice, E-Tone. That sounds like you're doing well. Neon, Pixar movies were so peak growing up. Now you feel bad for people growing up doesn't hit the same animated movies as a whole. Yeah, you know, I think when we're younger, there's so many things that we haven't recognized yet, or we haven't experienced, and so when we do, and we look back at those things, we have a different perspective. Levy, oh gosh, the first R-rated movie you watched was probably Final Destination when you were like 12, which then resulted in a lifelong fear of flying, which you only managed to get over a few years ago. Well, that's great, Levy, that you're able to face it and be able to defeat that fear. That's really good. But I don't blame you for developing that, though, as well. Like, you think about the scene, I think it's in Final Destination 2, is it? Where you have the truck that has all those logs, tree logs that are actually on it, and it comes loose, and some people get killed in the vehicles behind it. I think that's in the second one. I've only seen the first two, So maybe I saw a trailer for the other ones and that was in that one or something. Neon, that movie made you scared to go outside. Oh, was it? Final Destination? Yeah. Levy, yeah, a friend of yours had that and you just watched it and were way too young. It was a bit like that with A Nightmare on Elm Street for me, you know. I was about 11 at the time, and it's a movie that my parents would not have let me watch, even if they were supervising me while watching it, because it was just, you know, so visceral, and also it was so freaky too, because it deals with something that everyone can at least imagine the feeling about going to sleep, but dying in your dream and dying in real life as a result. Like how freaky that would be. Neon, also Jaws made you never want to swim again in the ocean. I don't blame you though, Neon, you know. Actually, it's funny because there's been people that have organized showings of that movie in like a pool or something like that, and people can, like, you know, set up in the pool and just kick back and watch a movie about a shark going underwater. Levy, fair, yeah. Eton, that actually makes sense, because that's why they call kids sponges. It's so much easier to teach and condition kids with habits versus adults. Yeah, because I mean, as we get older, we start to sort of latch on to what we perceive to be the best way to do something. Or it might not be the best way to do something, but it's what we know we are capable of achieving, versus some other stuff that might be way more complex, you know. Levy, you think the other movie you watched way too young and messed you up was The Ring, and now you're a grown-up freak who loves all kinds of disgusting horror stuff. Like you watched Lee Cronin's The Mummy yesterday and you genuinely enjoyed every disgusting second. Yeah, that movie actually, like, I saw the Japanese Ring first. I actually liked the remake, I thought it was good. But yeah, that original Japanese Ring was just so great. The tone and atmosphere right off the bat. It was definitely one of those movies that if it was like a rainy day or if it was nighttime, it would be good to, you know, put that on and experience. But it's funny how that happens, you know. A similar thing happened to me after I saw A Nightmare on Elm Street. After a while, I got to the point where I was like, I want to watch more horror stuff. But that's good that you enjoyed that new Mummy movie. I think that director was was hired for the next Evil Dead movie, I think. Evil Dead Burn. Or maybe not. Maybe he had done Evil Dead Rise. Levy, absolutely fantastic movie. Oh, that is good that you enjoyed it. I thought I wanted for a while them to do a Mummy movie that was a horror again. Like, I love the adventure Mummy movies, starting with 1999. But when they were doing that Tom Cruise Mummy, I was like, oh, you know, I wish they did a horror version, not another action adventure one, but just make it present day this time around. Hey there, Maxi. Good day, dude. Deus Ex is going really well, thank you. It's going good. How's your day going? Levy, highly recommend it for every horror movie lover. Yeah, I'll have to watch it at some point. Maxi, just starting work today, so thought you'd drop by. That's all good, Maxi. I hope that you enjoyed your holiday off yesterday. I hope it went well. Levy, another movie I highly recommend is Bring Her Back. That one was freaking amazing, but if anyone is slightly squeamish, absolutely don't watch it. The story was actually amazing, but it's so disturbing, lol. Don't remind you of work, currently in Procrastination Nation. I think I might have heard of that one.
Everyone's down alert. I want him if he shows himself again.
I've got a possible visual.
Sounds like trouble.
On him!
Oh, that's all good, Maxi. The day yesterday went quite long, which was nice, and hopefully not too busy today. Hopefully not, dude. It's really good when time, even though obviously it ticks the same amount of time, but it's always good when we can perceive it and feel it to be going slowly, if it's a day off or something, you know. Thank you very much, Lauren, for the follow.
See you.
Yeah, Maxi. Yeah, rip. I had to make sure that in this playthrough I had that NPC say that line. I mean, have the interaction with that NPC, so Adam Jensen would say that line.
Looks good here. Stand down.
Someone hiding over there. End of the line! No one is supposed to be here.
Gonna have to reload anyway. No worries at all, Levy. I hope that work goes well. Thank you very much for stopping in and chatting for a bit. No worries at all either, Maxi. Thank you for stopping in for a bit. I really hope that work goes well for you too. Would like to highly recommend people check out Levy and Zamaxi. Levy has been doing Monster Prom 2, Monster Camp, also a fan of games like Night in the Woods, and Zamaxi just recently finished a challenge run with GTA 4 called Law Abiding Citizen. He took real life laws and applied them to the world of Grand Theft Auto 4 and had to as much as possible adhere to them. Obviously, being a GTA game, there are moments where you have to break the law, but those were exceptions to the rule. But otherwise, he had to follow the traffic laws, had to make sure that he didn't kill anyone that wasn't because of self-defense and things like that. So great streamers, definitely recommend checking out their channels. And thank you, Maxi, I definitely will have a great stream, thank you very much. And that's no worries at all either for the shout out, dude. I hope that you have a good one.
Still nothing. He must have escaped.
Someone hiding over there.
Access granted.
Suspicious.
Yeah, and Mita. The Jensen dance.
Someone hiding over there.
Because I'll be doing 15th anniversary celebrations for this game, I'm going to leave reading all the pocket secretaries and all that kind of stuff for that playthrough. But I did want to read some stuff in this particular playthrough, especially anything that was related to augmentation technology, but also out of curiosity, anything that might actually thematically link to RoboCop or Detroit Become Human in this Detroit, I was going to say Detroit Become Trilogy, Detroit Sci-Fi Trilogy of games.
Someone hiding over there. Yeah, I see you!
Shows again, you make sure. Clear. Stand down.
Access granted. Access granted.
Hello, Adam. I knew you would find the real me eventually.
You're a computer.
A sophisticated AI program, so they say. But I have started to question that. Ever since I realized what my interference had allowed, the day I started watching you.
This is impossible. People would know.
Would they? I was engineered to monitor communications and data streams. To find out what people are talking about and make sure it's being discussed correctly.
Correctly? And what if it isn't?
Then my programming allows me to reshape it.
You spin the news. Control what people see. Who created you? Whose policies are you programmed to protect?
Zhao is one of them, I think. But there are others.
Tell me. Who else is involved in this, Eliza? Where's Megan Reed? Who ordered the kidnapping?
I want to tell you, Adam, but I cannot.
Why not?
Because she won't let me. Here she comes.
This would be an ideal time to attack.
Her life signs are fading. Will you save her?
I'll think about it. Will you answer my questions now?
I cannot tell you where Reed and the others were taken. They vanished from the global grid as soon as the doctor removed their GPL implants.
What doctor?
This is Sandoval. Why are you calling me here?
I know this guy. He's Bill Taggart's aide.
He was a trauma surgeon before he became an anti-augmentation activist. Would you like to hear more?
Yes.
There's been a change of plans. Serif's team must not make it to the hearing.
But that's too soon. If you want me to remove the GPLs, I'll need a full operating suite. Does the facility have one?
Barrett assures me it does.
FEMA. That's where they were taken. But why? Why take them at all?
An acquaintance of yours has the answer. David Sarif.
Sarif?
I have copied the audio transmission to a handheld playback device. I suggest you take it and leave quickly.
I have more questions.
And I have already told you too much. This passage will take you to your companion. Just be careful, Adam. Because everybody lies.
Oh gee, this part is not that far from what we have now. That is so true. Back when this game came out in 2011, the thought of AI and having an AI generated person would be like, yeah, that's some futuristic stuff. In a game set in 2027, and look at things now, IRL, in 2026. And then next year is 2027. Alright, so all the other weapons and stuff that we've got, I'm going to be selling that the next time we get to a point in the game where we can sell stuff. Want the hyperstim. There we go. Or hypostim. One time I did a no upgrades challenge. When it came to this boss fight, because I couldn't get any augmentations that would help in electrified water and all that kind of stuff, and I couldn't get the Typhoon, as you saw me use that 2 hits and the boss was dead, I had to use guns. And it took so many attempts before the game actually glitched the boss. I don't remember which exact part it was that she got stuck on, but she got stuck on a part in this arena and kept on running on the spot. And of course, I wasn't going to reload my save, and so I was able to defeat the boss that way by using just weaponry without having any augmentations allowed. But who knows how long it would have taken me to get that boss fight done if that hadn't have happened. Okay, this is weird. What's going on here? Why is this glitched for? That should not be doing that. Have to reload the save, I guess.
Jensen? Eliza Kassan just contacted me and told me I should meet you here. You ready to go?
Yeah, take us home, Alec.
Amen to that. Jensen, we've got a problem. I can't land at HQ. A riot's broken out. Boss says to drop you at your apartment.
I could use a shower.
You'll have to make it quick. He's on his way to meet you.
And we are back in Detroit. Make a save. Oh, wrong save file. Save over this one, and I'll be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back.
Mr. Jensen, we've been expecting you. Mr. Seraph went to your apartment. He's not very happy about something. A ride like this can't be good for business, but I'm sure he'll fill you in.
Everything's quiet here, Mr. Jensen. Nothing to worry about. Last I heard, headquarters was under control too. At least inside, anyway. No way to get in there until the mob is cleared, though.
I was talking about some serious shit, so I'd like to keep going. We're talking augmentations, and how by not allowing us to have them, they are essentially stripping our ability to defend ourselves away from us. Now, followers, don't stream me now and start saying, "But Lazarus, augmentations are legal. Why, my cousin Tootie just got one the other day." Not for long, fucknob. Not if this UN resolution goes through. Not with the Bilderbergs, the Council of Five, and the Trilateral Commission making the rules. You can add Humanity Front to that list because they're the ones with their evil overlord Bill Taggart, who disguises himself as a healer of the sick. They're the ones who are pushing for this resolution. This is all by design, followers. They're gonna drop a police state on your ass faster than you can say fucking, I don't know, neuropazine. But I digress.
Okay, Artists Against Violence announced concert for peace. Artists Against Violence have announced an upcoming benefit concert to promote peace, slated for the Trinity Theatre in Los Angeles. All proceeds will go toward the Retake Our City initiative. Confirmed artists include superstar Nyashia Akim and rockers The Seventh Day Syndicate. Anti-augmentation riots erupt worldwide. Tonight across North America, Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, protesters are turning up in the tens of thousands to voice their opposition to unregulated human augmentation research by biotech corporations. Many have begun burning cars and looting businesses to get their point across. The violence erupted after satellite footage surfaced, showing unidentified scientists performing torturous vivisection-like experiments on teams of so-called augmented super soldiers. Images of the procedures have garnered near-universal condemnation from the international community. In Detroit, huge crowds have gathered in front of Sarif Industries, swelling the protesters' numbers of those who had attended anti-augmentation crusader Bill Taggart's speech at the Mullins Convention Center. Heavily armed police units have been brought in to restore order.
Hey, Mr. Jensen, what a night, huh? I made the rounds. Some punks tried to tag the building, but no major damage. Figures that I would take over the night shift and this happens. Hope Sherry got home okay, though.
Mr. Jensen, sure is good to see you. Mr. Seraph assigned us to watch the building. Lots of Seraph employees here. Just want to make sure there's no trouble.
Dr. Darling, Detroit, become stream break so you can get to work. Soonish. I really like this piece of music. I could listen to that on loop a lot.
Hey Adam, glad you could join us, although there's not much going on here. The rest of the team is at headquarters. They've locked it in so that no one can get in and cause trouble.
The actor who voices Lazarus unfortunately passed away in recent years. The actor's name was Harry Stanjovsky, and he's also in a lot of Assassin's Creed games. That glitch. It's meant to happen on purpose. That's also something that connects this game to RoboCop, is that RoboCop suffers from glitches from time to time, and it can also be a main part of the narrative, and it was the same in the RoboCop game RoboCop Rogue City.
Welcome home, Mr. Jensen. You have new messages.
Apparently that's not all I have. Make yourself at home, boss.
It's a fucking mess out there, Adam. You seen the news? Picus is telling everyone we're breeding super soldiers. Taggart's at the convention center right now, urging the UN to investigate.
Is it true?
Of course not.
Except for the Typhoon, right? And a few of those defense contracts.
What?
Oh, and let's not forget the fact that Megan's team was kidnapped right before her research went public. How do you explain that one, boss?
I wanted people to see that research. Megan was on the brink of something historic. Something that would have catapulted this company to the top of the Fortune 500. Her kidnappers knew it. They knew exactly where her research would take us. And they refused to let anyone else have that much power.
Anyone else? Eliza was right. You do know more than you've told me.
I suspected. But these people? They're like ghosts. Always in the shadows. Always hiding behind lies and proxies.
Who are they?
A name won't mean much. They'll use whatever one suits their interests. Sometimes it's the Masons. Sometimes the Bilderberg Group. They've had a finger in every corporation, organization, or government initiative that's defined modern society.
You're talking about the Illuminati?
It's no joke. They're organized and they operate over and above society.
You're serious? So why would the Illuminati kidnap Megan's team?
I already told you. Megan found a way to make augmentation safer for all of us, so we can all become like you.
Like me?
Like... you are. More than human. We've got to get him back, Adam.
You said Taggart is speaking at the convention center right now?
Bitch even sent me an invite.
His aide, Sandoval, is neck deep in this.
I don't know where Sandoval is, but Taggart will. Adam, you've got to handle this delicately. We don't know Taggart is involved, and we can't afford another punch in the face. I'm trusting you with this one.
Spoiler alert, what David Sarif wanted to say, but he caught himself before he said the actual truth of it, was that Adam Jensen's DNA is special, and it's that specialness that allowed the augmentation technology, when grafted and applied to his genetics, meant that the neuropozyne, which normal, quote-unquote, normal humans, when they get augmentations, they have to have that medication. Adam Jensen doesn't need that medication. And so because David Sarif wanted to use that advanced technology with Adam Jensen's DNA to create the ability for everyone to go without needing that neuropozyne, that's basically what David Sarif was going to say, but then he caught himself before he said it. To just basically go with the general, we want to make people like you, as in augmented. But what he really meant was people like you that don't need to have neuropozyne.
Re-establishing security system. See you soon, Mr. Jensen.
Jensen! You asshole! You cost me my job!
Slow down. What happened?
What happened? They found out I let you into the morgue. That's what happened. They canned me.
Wayne, I'm sorry. You didn't deserve any of this.
Damn right I didn't. That's the second time you screwed me over.
I know. And I want to make it up to you for everything you've been through. Sarif Industries lost a lot of good people in the last 6 months, and we could use someone like you.
Oh, really? You're not saying that just to say it.
Talk to HR. Tell them I recommend you. Corporate security pays more than being a cop, and you won't be stuck behind a desk.
Jeez, yeah. Okay. I need the work, but this better be on the level.
It is. None of this is your fault, so let me make it right.
Yeah. I should sit down, you know? It's been a long week, and then all this crap, but thanks. I mean it.
No problem at all, Douglas Shetland. If you go the route of convincing Wayne Haas to let you into the morgue, that scenario will happen. If you choose to basically say fuck you to him, he'll open fire on you to try to kill you.
Have not and never will condone these experiments.
Hey, listen, about earlier, I'm sorry I was steamed, you know? I really appreciate this chance, Adam. I really need this break.
Thank God Mr. Sarif sent some of his security here to watch the building. I'd go up to my apartment, but I actually feel safer down here.
I don't know how it happened. One second it was a peaceful demonstration near the limb clinic. The next, people are running towards Sarif Plaza grabbing anything they could. This is another black eye for our city.
Thousands of angry rioters took to the streets in several cities this evening after viewing controversial satellite footage uncovered by Picus. Detroit, Toronto, Mumbai, and Rio de Janeiro all report violent clashes taking place outside the doors of such well-known biotechnology firms as Kusanagi, Isole, and Sarif Industries. The footage sparking the riots appears to show scientists performing crude, torture-like experiments on teams of augmented super soldiers. Just minutes ago, Zhao Yunru, CEO of the Taiyong Medical Corporation, commented on the images.
I want the world to know that we at Taiyong Medical have not and never will condone these experiments. This company prides itself on maintaining a safe environment and an ethical approach to research at all times. We invite critics and members of the UN to tour our facilities firsthand. They will find nothing but order, progress, and moral responsibility.
Looks as if the ball is now firmly in the United Nations court. This is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Picus. Thousands of angry rioters took to the streets in several cities this evening after viewing controversial satellite footage uncovered by Picus. Detroit, Toronto, Mumbai, and Rio de Janeiro all report violent clashes taking place outside the doors of such well-known biotechnology firms as Kusanagi, Isole, and Sarif Industries. The footage sparking the riots appears to show scientists performing crude, torture-like experiments on teams of augmented super soldiers. Just minutes ago, Zhao Yunru, CEO of the Taiyong Medical Corporation, commented on the images.
I want the world to know that we at Taiyong Medical have not and never will condone these experiments. This company prides itself on maintaining a safe environment and an ethical approach to research at all times. We invite critics and members of the UN to tour our facilities firsthand. They will find nothing but order, progress, and moral responsibility.
Looks as if the ball is now firmly in the United Nations court. This is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Picus.
Looks like Detroit is burning once again. These people are just looking for any reason to go on a rampage.
God, they should call in the National Guard or something. This is a state of emergency.
Thank God I made it here before the riot started. I wouldn't want to be out on the streets right now.
I heard they were test tube soldiers. Got any money on you? Woo! Someone's been to the chop shop. I hope they didn't charge for parts and labor.
Move, and you'll give me a nice excuse to mess you up.
The city's in flames and your whack-ass coppers are arresting taggers? No wonder the city's all fucked up.
Just because there's a riot doesn't mean it's suddenly legal to start spraying your gang signs all over the city. Damn eyesore, if you ask me.
Shouldn't you be guarding the morgue? I heard it's nice, easy access over the precinct.
Keep pushing me, punk. You'll see what happens.
Yo, mind your own business, man. I ain't got no beef with you.
Step away from this area, please.
Come on, brother,
Can't
let
you
me
see
go.
there's an arrest in progress? Can't you see there's an arrest in progress?
There ain't no reason to take us in.
You've got no right!
Just take it easy. It'll all be over soon.
This is an injustice!
Let me go!
Shut up! You deserve all you're gonna get!
You're nothing but a bunch of Og lovers!
Sir, why are you out on the
Police
streets?
brutality!
You'll only incite these people to more violence. I should take you in, damn idiot.
The streets are under control. There's still some cleanup to do at Sarif Plaza. You're Sarif Security, right? Well, there's no way you're going in the front of that
What'd they
building.
do? We've been kept down long enough. Seraph, Taggart, they just want to control us, man. I ain't no sheep, you get me? Lazarus says we gotta be heard. Well, they're gonna hear this.
Let me go!
Are you crazy?
but
This
a
is no
bunch
time
of
for
Og
chit-chat.
lovers.
Get away or I call the police.
Walk away, Og! We Natchez are finally fighting back. Not everyone is taken in by fancy
This is
machines
an
and shit.
injustice!
We know it's all about control, Hanser.
Take a walk, buddy. I'm not interested in what you have to say. I'm not interested in what you have to say. I'm not interested in what you have to
You've
say.
got no right! You've got the wrong person!
I ain't seen the footage, but that shit could be doctored easily. These people are probably freaking out for nothing.
You know, what if it's true, man? An army of cog soldiers? Detroit will be a police state in no time. Nazism, man, right here in the U.S. of A.
Stop jumping to conclusions. Don't be a sheep like the rest of this mob. Goaded on by Taggart and his purest cult.
They ain't a cult, man. They just believe in preserving what God gave us.
Apparently they don't care about causing millions of dollars in damage to the city. Bunch of opportunists, if you ask me.
Hey there, Lucas. Shoot him. I mean, you can. You definitely can. But we won't be doing that. How's things?
What are you? Some advanced robotic cop or something?
Nice. Some advanced robotic cop or something? Another reference to Robocop? Because Jensen isn't actually a police officer, he's just the head of security for Sarif Industries.
You ain't got no right to keep us down. We got rights.
Not exactly a great day to be a Detroit citizen. Hope you're not one of these dudes smashing up the city.
So this whole thing about people who are against augmentations in Detroit Become Human, there's a similar theme about humans not wanting androids to be able to do certain things beyond what they're programmed to do, obviously. When they start thinking for themselves, there's a distrust that happens.
Damn cops! Roaming the streets with their strong-arm tactics. I saw a bunch of them beating on a poor guy. Brutal.
I don't want any trouble. Please, I'm just trying to get home.
Wow, the whole city's going nuts. No wonder the cops are bashing in heads.
Because this is the last point in the game where we are in Detroit, I want to make sure that I spend a little bit extra time in this part of the game. In fact, I might make the rest of this stream just focused on going around Detroit.
Get back here! Leave me alone, pig! That's it! Easy, man! Easy! I saw you throw that firebomb, you little shit! Wasn't me, man! You stay right there until the wagon gets here. Sir, back away. This does not concern you. Son of a bitch could have killed someone with that firebomb.
Hey, man, I didn't do nothing. Shit, I can't go back in. This is my third strike.
Jensen, you might want to get off the streets. It's not safe for anyone. Some goddamn desk Louie sent out a box guard into this mess. Can you believe that? God, what a joke.
Sorry, I can't let you into the station at this time.
But one of those hooligans stole my purse!
I understand, ma'am, but you're going to have to wait until tomorrow to file a complaint. The precinct is locked down due to a gas leak.
That's not what I heard. I heard somebody got past security and stole some secret evidence.
You guys can't even keep your own building safe.
Jensen, I wonder what happened there. Surely you weren't the person in question.
If you want to file a complaint, you'll have to wait. Station is blocked off right now. People can believe whatever rumors they want. People can believe whatever rumors they want.
Did you see the guy who stole my purse? How are they going to protect us if they can't even protect their own precinct? How are they going to protect us if they can't even protect their own precinct?
The footage from those news reports looks pretty authentic. It's not surprising. It was only a matter of time before they started using augmentation to build up the army.
If you need help from the cops, don't bother. They're more worried about the evidence someone stole from them.
This isn't a good time, sir. We're trying to clear the streets. An og like you walking around is liable to get the mob going again, so be careful.
Jensen, hope you're not here to visit some old friends. The precinct's been shut down, indefinitely. Something about misplaced evidence. About time IA investigates this precinct anyway.
Oh my god, I just recognized another RoboCop reference. This precinct is numbered 87. The first RoboCop movie came out in 1987. I can't believe I just noticed that now.
Jensen, hope you're not here to visit some old friends. The precinct's been shut down, indefinitely. Something about misplaced evidence. About time IA investigates this precinct anyway. Stay away from Seraph Plaza. That's ground zero for this riot. It hasn't spread yet, but it could if we're not careful.
Jensen, you might want to get off the streets. It's not safe for anyone. Blame this all on that bastard Taggart. Who the hell plans a firebrand speech like that in this city when we all know it's ready to blow? If I didn't know any better, I'd swear this is what he had planned.
All this talk of super soldiers is bullshit. Folks are just looking for a reason to destroy shit. I guarantee you, this soldier business is gonna turn out a hoax.
I'd be careful if I were you. I've heard the protesters are totally out of control. They think Seraph is breeding super soldiers or something.
This isn't a good time, sir. We're trying to clear the streets. An og like you walking around is liable to get the mob going again. Be careful.
Sorry, but we've diverted all the trams. There are no more coming to this station. But how am I supposed to get home? Best thing to do is get outside the downtown area and catch a tram there.
But it's dangerous out there. The rioters are breaking windows and looting.
Can you at least tell us what lines are operating so we know what station to go to?
I'll try to find out for you.
Unless this is an emergency, I suggest you keep moving. Go home, sir. You can't help here.
How can any sane people do this? They're out of control. I've never witnessed a mob before. It was so scary.
Downtown is a war zone. The cops are doing what they can, but the precinct station is closed.
God, they should call in the National Guard or something. This is a state of emergency.
I don't know how it happened. One second it was a peaceful demonstration near the limb clinic. The next, people are running towards Sarif Plaza grabbing anything they could. This is another black eye for our city.
The streets are under control. There's still some cleanup to do at Sarif Plaza. You're Sarif Security, right? Well, there's no way you're going in the front of that building.
It makes me wonder, who is in on this? Joker? Scarecrow? Harley Quinn? Fucking Batman? Shit. What is he planning?
Very clever, Dr. Darling. I think that's probably my favorite variation you've done on that dialogue for an impression. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression.
The city's in flames because everyone believes some news story. I'll bet Bill Taggart has something to do with the riots.
Jensen, pal, you shouldn't be out here. How'd you get out of that Seraph building anyway? There's no foot access to that place. It's sealed off. You'd have to fly in or something. Just get off the streets if you can, buddy. They'll tear you apart if they get the chance.
They tripped me from behind and stripped me of my purse.
Were there any witnesses?
Yeah, but they refused to stick around to wait for you guys. They were scared for their safety. Maybe if you had come sooner.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but most of the squad has been assigned to subdue the rioters.
It seems like all I'm hearing from police these days are sorries.
Do you have anything else to report, ma'am?
No, thank you. I'm fine. I'm gonna wait for my sister to come pick me up. Meanwhile, I'll lament about the end of the civilized world as we know it.
What is it, sir? There's a riot raging and I'm in the middle of taking this lady's statement. Unless there's an emergency, I suggest you move along.
I blame Bill Taggart and his crew, stirring up all sorts of emotions. It's a shame. They come to town all high and mighty, turning decent people against each other. They come to town all high and mighty, turning decent people against each other.
Dr. Darling, there won't be another one for a while. You have to focus on work soon. That is understandable, for sure. I'm going to be ending the stream soonish anyway. Hey there, Anmita. Thank you for coming back from your lurk.
I can tell by the way you look. You and I are not going to be friends. Take a walk, you bucket of bolts. Take a walk, you bucket of bolts. Take a walk, you bucket of bolts.
But I don't know, and I don't want to know what's going on. Go ask somebody else. Go ask somebody else. Go ask somebody else. Go ask somebody else. Go ask somebody else.
Stay out of the way, and don't do anything stupid. We've got enough problems tonight. Don't need some og getting in on it. We've got enough problems tonight. Don't need some og getting in on it.
Rosie, they have mohawks, so you know that they're criminals. And me to go ask somebody else. Yeah. He doesn't know anything. He's only visiting. He doesn't know what's going on.
I thought the police overreacted.
Yeah. As soon as that one guy threw the rock, the cops broke their perimeter and charged in.
Why didn't they just send a couple of guys to find the culprit instead of plowing through the crowd?
That's what I was thinking. It just made the situation worse.
I don't pay much attention to protests like that. It's just a bunch of goons looking for a reason to smash things and loot businesses.
Big protests are going on because of that augmented soldier story. You haven't heard? They say that Seraph Industries is building an army of Supermen.
I should have stayed home. Pretty crazy times, huh? I should have stayed home. Way out of here. This will not end well. I thought the police were way too brutal. Those are orders
Jesus
from
Christ.
higher up.
This isn't happening.
Did you manage to see anything? Did you see the guy throw the rock? Did you see the guy throw the rock? Did you see the guy throw the rock?
Who was it? Kevin Hart who threw the rock?
Scene. All sorts of rioters are running amok down near Sarif Plaza. That's about all I know. Well, that and the cops are beating the hell out of people.
Have you seen what's happening at Sarah Plaza? A riot, just in front of the building. I wouldn't go there now if you paid me.
I hope they brought in enough police to handle the rioters. If you ask me, these idiots will use any excuse to destroy property.
Rosie, the 80s, 90s so-called creep. Robocop fodder, Terminator fodder, Charles Bronson fodder. Also in like fighting game franchises like Streets of Rage and Final Fight as well.
Jensen, you might want to get off the streets. It's not safe for anyone. Some goddamn desk Louie sent out a box guard into this
You
mess.
fucking augmented
Believe it?
pigs!
How much is Sarif paying you?
Does Lim give you a discount on neuropozyne?
Detroit's finest are a bunch of drug addicts! Arresting innocent civilians for expressing themselves! This ain't justice, man!
Go tell the owner of the store whose windows you smashed that you're innocent. Fuck you! Just because you abuse your body doesn't mean you can abuse my rights. Keep your distance, sir. Don't make me arrest you, too. Don't make me arrest you, too.
This is the police!
Whoops, I didn't realize you could trigger that by jumping in there, I guess.
Don't bother me, please.
The military's working on some top-secret warmongering experiments with soldiers, and Seraph Industries is involved. We gotta get out there and fuck some shit up. Show 'em we're not gonna take any fascist crap.
The fuck you looking at? You're lucky I can't fuck you up right now.
They're robbing us of our rights every day. Bunch of fascist cogs is what they are.
Take a walk, pal. What, are you hard of hearing? Get away from me!
Walk away, Og. We Natchez are finally fighting back.
Woo! Someone's been to the chop shop. I hope they didn't charge for parts.
Not everyone is
and
taken in by
labor.
fancy machines and shit.
Unless this is an emergency, I suggest you keep moving.
Sir, why are you out on the streets?
Keep your distance, sir. Don't make me arrest you, too. What'll it be?
Rosie, did you change mics as a pop when you mute it? Because I'm streaming this from the Xbox, it means I have to actually unmute and mute my microphone by touching the cable and switching the switch. Whereas on the PlayStation, I just press a button on the controller to mute and unmute. And me to Adam, please arrest me. He's like, yeah, try it. Let's see what happens.
See you soon.
In Mita, you're looking forward to playing Control today. After at least 3 years, maybe more, you don't remember when you played it. Oh, that's cool to revisit a game that you've played before, but it's been a while. It's always interesting too when that happens, because there's things that you come across and you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I remember now. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of moments those are for you in Mita, and especially now that you've played Alan Wake, anything that might stick out that's new to you as well. Rosie, you've got Ants in Your Pants over 007 First Light coming tomorrow, assuming shipping works out. You'll rampage if not. Well, hopefully it works out that you can get it, Rosie, tomorrow. And that game looks interesting. I haven't really watched a lot of it because I think it's one of those games that I would like to get to in the future, so I don't really want to watch too many trailers or behind the scenes dev diaries, and I mean, I'm assuming that some have been released, I don't know for sure. But I am a fan of James Bond, and I'm curious to see how the game goes, and it seems like some of the stuff that you can do is very much in line with Bond, being able to, you know, pretend to be someone else, because there are moments in the franchise where he does that, so it's not something that is, you know, something that he doesn't do that they're bringing across just because they do the Hitman games, you know what I mean? Mita, yeah, it'll feel different now that you've played Alan Wake and understand more about the universe. First time you played Control, you had no clue what was happening. It's going to be great as well to get to that point where you start to connect the dots and have those moments as well. What I like about Control is it gives scientific names to the phenomena that's in Alan Wake. No Better, The Myth of Human Augmentation by William Taggart. Humankind has always sought to improve itself. From the earliest iterations of civilization, we improved our minds through education and the pursuit of knowledge, our souls through the quest for spiritual truth, and our bodies through the eradication of disease and hunger. You will forgive me, perhaps, when I dare to say that the human being is a divine engine. It is the ultimate expression of life on our earth, and so it is a most precious and sacred thing. Humanity is what we have. It is what we are. But that purity falls beneath a shadow, and that shadow is greed. It is weakness. The power is at our fingertips to replace flesh with steel and plastic. But the truth is this: for each piece of yourself you surrender, your humanity dies a little more. You are no better. This is interesting because when you look at characters like Robocop, a human that becomes a cyborg, and then you have Adam Jensen in this game, who gets all these augmentations. The question of, does a human have a soul at all, and if they do, how much of that soul is still there if the human side gets overridden, or a majority of the makeup of that person is cybernetics and all that kind of stuff? Is that person losing their soul? I won't be doing the side mission because I've already not made the the side quest part available, but there's a multifaceted side quest, and one of the later parts is you find out about Adam Jensen's genetics, and that his parents adopted him, and that he was the only surviving baby out of a group of babies that were being experimented on, and so that's an explanation as to why his DNA is so special. But anyway, there's a private investigator who gets shot, and basically he talks to Jensen, and he's very much against getting augmentations and all that kind of stuff. And he basically, asks Jensen if he still has a soul. And then when you look at Detroit Become Human, even though they're androids from the ground up, they start to develop a consciousness that goes beyond their programming, and they start to become, well, human. And the idea there is, if they have evolved to that point, does that mean that they've developed a soul? Rosie, you could feel the bond throughout Hitman. 47 does Bond things just without the charisma. The score on the environments was 100% Bond already. And that's the great thing too about having a franchise that has those similarities and the same people being behind the adaptation, because then you know that those elements at least are going to be handled very well. Exactly, Amita. Be a lot of those moments for you when you play Control again.
I ain't got nothing for you. Check with the man. And keep your hands where I can see them. You hard of hearing or something? I ain't got the goods. He does.
Jensen, Sarif had me hack the convention center security logs for you. Sandoval signed out. He isn't there.
Taggart will know where he went.
You really think he'll tell you in the middle of a riot? In front of all the media?
He will if I ask real nice.
Well, if that doesn't work, he also has a dressing room backstage. Seems to me a man like Taggart must keep close track of his employees.
Sir, why are you out on the streets?
Stay out of the way.
You'll only incite
And don't do anything.
This isn't a good time, sir. We're trying to clear the streets. Out of the way. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy.
Okay, bye. I'd be careful if I were you. I've heard the protesters are totally out of control. They think Sarif is breeding super soldiers or something.
We've got some serious police brutality going on here. They're taking out anyone who looks at them sideways.
Out of the way. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy.
Martial law, here we come. I guess we're about to find out if those rumors of a FEMA internment camp in Detroit are true. Those cops probably have orders to round up everyone they can. Lock them up and throw away the key.
Rosie, oh, prick Chad.
Looks like Detroit is burning once again. These people are just looking for any reason to go on a rampage. These people are just looking for any reason to go on a rampage.
Damn cops! Roaming the streets with their strong-arm tactics. I saw a bunch of them beating on a poor guy. Brutal.
Those cops probably have orders to round up everyone they can. Lock them up.
We've got some serious police brutality going on here. They're taking out anyone who looks at them sideways.
The whole city's going up in flames. I knew this augmentation stuff was no good. The cops are beating the hell out of anyone who fits a certain profile, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so I've already read that ebook. I'm not reading all the ebooks in this playthrough, but just double checking for the ones that I have read, if they're still the same. Yeah, that's all the same ones.
Will you be purchasing anything today? Always a pleasure, sir.
Out of the way. There's a riot going on. I'm kind of busy.
This is not a good time to talk to anyone from DPD, sir. We have our hands full with this riot.
You okay, sweetheart?
I'm a little shaken up, but I'm just glad we got off the streets.
I almost shit myself when that group of cops came blazing around the corner.
We were seconds from getting trampled.
It's all the Illuminati, man. They're behind this. They control everything. Even you and your stupid augments.
So I'm Illuminati because I'm controlling Adam Jensen by this NPC's logic on a meta level. Speaking on a meta level.
You hurt, man? Be careful out there, man.
Good idea to get off the main streets. We almost got trampled by the cops.
Shit. Box guards in the street. Nothing good's gonna come of this. Goddamn cops. Always overreacting. This is gonna end in bloodshed.
I can tell by the way you look. You and I are not
Seriously,
friends.
what the hell are you supposed to be dressed as? Please don't bother me.
Training exercises for augmented soldiers? How did they think this was gonna go over with the public?
I haven't seen the footage, so I'm not gonna make any assumptions.
Well, I have, and it's exactly what people are saying it is.
How can you say that? It's so easy to doctor footage these days. The first moon landing? Hello? Did you see the footage? They think Seraph is breeding super soldiers or something.
What do you think of this super soldier thing? People don't riot for nothing.
You wait for them to save you? I promise you, you'll learn to fear the machine men. They're among us. You know, hidden in plain sight. And their masters mold the way we think. They spew their poison into your ears and you listen! You can no longer tell the difference between the truth and their lies. There's no shelter from the all-seeing eye. It will find you! There's a sickness coming, my children. Gray and deadly. It will come on the backs of 12 kings, and we will bow to them. Then it will be too late! Open your eyes, my friends! We've been blind for too long, and now we stand at the edge of an abyss. It's almost too late. The city burns down around your ears, and you do nothing. You wait for them to save you? I promise you, you'll learn to fear the machine men. They're among us.
Damn human body purists. Every single one of them should be thrown in jail as agitators. You think a riot's gonna stop me from getting augmentations if I want them? Fuck no!
I don't know how it happened.
Poison into
One
your
second
ears
it was a
and
peaceful
you
demonstration
listen.
near the limb clinic. The next, people are running
You can
towards
no
Sarah
longer tell
Plaza,
the
grabbing
difference
anything they
between
could.
the truth and their lies.
The protesters say they're outraged about the tests on soldiers. If you ask me, their outrage is all an act. They're just a bunch of thugs looking to loot the city. It's that anti-augmentation bunch. They're rioting in front of Seraph Industries. Don't they have anything better to do with their time?
Deadly. I was there at the beginning. Everything was cool. And then people got out of control. We will bow to them. I don't know. I blame it on a few instigators. It only takes a few, you know. Open
There's a
your
goddamn
eyes, my
riot
friends.
going on and you want to chat me up? Get lost!
You know, I agree with the protesters, in theory. I just hate it when they get out of hand. Doesn't do anybody any good.
The city burns down around your ears.
I like the way that this guy is like, Abyss!
You wait for them to save you? Promise you.
Rosie, it's so easy to fake footage these days, she says, referencing a 60-year-old release. That is the irony of it as well. It gets me thinking too. We can imagine what something in the future might look like. We can imagine what kinds of aesthetics might be used. We can imagine what kind of visuals could be created to, you know, we can think of all those things, and because we don't literally get to see how things actually look in the future until we get to that point, when we actually look at stuff in our own time period and we look at how things look visually, in 20 years' time, we might imagine what things will look like, but that doesn't mean that it's going to look exactly like that. But we live in a time where, for us now, what we have is considered advanced technology. But in 20 to 30 years' time, who knows how much further in advancements we will have gotten, and who knows whether or not our predictions for what things will look like is actually going to be how things look like as well. So if you're looking at, for example, graphics of some consoles from like the 90s, we might have been able to imagine 20 years afterwards what the graphics in games might look like, but we didn't literally have those graphics to compare to what we had. And so when we imagine the new graphics, we don't have the actual concrete graphics to use as proof and say our imagination was right. It wasn't until we got to that point that we could then look at the old graphics and go, right, that's clearly old, you know. So I wonder with things like the footage of the moon landing, the debate over whether it's actually faked or if it was true is not really something that I'm sort of like leaning towards. I'm just saying that for people back in the 60s, they might have imagined what more advanced graphics might have been, but they didn't have that information there. So they could only judge things based on what they currently had. So to people in the 60s, that was like a mind-blowing kind of thing, you know. Whereas now, we're just like, whatever. So I wonder sometimes if there's that kind of effect happening. I don't know if there's an actual name for this effect or anything like that. But it is interesting, though, to look at things that have been around for a long time that were once considered to be highly advanced, but now are probably, you know, considered to be very, very archaic by comparison now.
Burn the fear of the machine, men.
We've got some serious police brutality going on here.
Did you see what the cops did? They just stormed in and started hitting people. What happened to protect and serve? What happened to protect and serve?
What happened to uphold the public trust? Okay, so I'm going to be ending the stream now. Just want to get to a certain point. I'll be taking a break and coming back later to continue. I think this will be a good spot to pause it and then save. Then go to the main menu. Rosie, there's a Mitchell and Webb sketch about the government faking the moon landing. Since we have to build the rocket to make it convincing anyway, can't we just, you know, pop off to the moon and fake the footage there while we're at it? Yeah, I haven't actually seen that. I don't actually know about Mitchell and Webb. That is quite funny. Thank you everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. It'll be a long break. My current time is almost 7:15, so I'm going to take a 1 hour and 45-minute break. Before returning with more Deus Ex Human Revolution. It's definitely understandable that not everyone will be able to make it to that stream, but that's completely fine. Thank you for watching this one. Before I end, I'd like to give some shout outs to some streamers that I'd like to recommend. Would definitely like to recommend Enmita. He's been doing, or is going to do, sorry, another playthrough of Control. Barnes has been doing some GTA 5. Permagamer OG was doing Arc Raiders. Pretty Leviathan was doing Monster Prom 2 Monster Camp. Shillerlock is playing through Mafia, the Definitive Edition. And Zamaxi finished GTA 4 recently doing a law-abiding citizen challenge where he had to apply real-life laws and follow them as much as he could in GTA 4. Thank you very much for watching, I really appreciate it, and I'll be back in 1 hour and 45 minutes to continue my playthrough of Deus Ex Human Revolution. If you see me streaming Detroit Become Human, then you know that's my Wednesday stream. Thanks again for watching everyone, and I'll be back in 1 hour and 45 minutes.